9th time in our 13 years. Mr. Ryan Brown.
So have you only lost twice?
I've lost twice.
Yeah, I've lost twice.
Yeah, you lost the first one and the most recent one until this year. I had a couple. I think I went back-to-back one year. And it's been a lot of Brown. Brown he's a blue blood when it comes to the bracket challenge losing.
Nobody's here more than me.
That's why he should have more say-so in the punishment, I think. Because usually it's him.
Normally I'm the one having to do it.
All right, that's it for today. We're back with you tomorrow. We're about to record another Mystery Fifth Hour. One dropped yesterday. If you haven't seen that one or the one before, go check it out on all our video platforms. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
It's not time to make a change. Just relax, take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. Find a girl, settle down. If you want to, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. I was once like you are now, and I know that it's not easy to be calm when you found something going on. Take your time, think a lot, think of everything you've got, for you will still be here tomorrow. Your dreams may not. How can I try to explain? When I do, it turns away again. It's always been the same old story. From the moment I could talk, I was ordered to listen. Now there's a way, and I know I have to go away. I know I have to go. Now it's not time to make a change. Just relax, take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. Find a girl, settle down. If you want to, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. All the times that I cried, keeping all the things I knew inside. It's hard, but it's harder to ignore it. If they were right, and I'd agree, but it's them, they know, not me. You know, there's a way, and I know that I have to go away. I know I have to go.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go on a Tuesday live now. A lot to get to on the show, including Rece Davis, who will join us in the next segment. We'll talk to Rece, Clay Travis, Brian Crichton of Talladega Superspeedway later in the show. And our buddy Namari Burnett. I had a chance to talk to Namari when he was leaving the Yum Center. We walked down the hallway and chatted a little bit. We look forward to catching up with Namari. That's at 11:45 Central Time. All that straight ahead today on the show. 151 days away from the college football season. But if you were just with us On the audio feeds, whether it was TuneIn or anywhere else, Rockstar leading us in on a song. It is tradition on this show that the Friday after the Final Four, we bring back Friday's Rockstar in the Lounge, and that's a week from this Friday. Rockstar, are you ready to go?
I think I'm ready to go.
I mean, you've only done 43 dates across America recently. Your voice is okay?
No Fleetwood Mac. How about that?
You're not going to do any Fleetwood Mac?
No Fleetwood Mac.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Can I, as we get towards the end, you don't have to do this request early, but I was jamming with beautiful weather yesterday, sunroof open, and Green Day's September. What is it? September?
Wake me up when September ends.
Yeah. Do you do that whenever?
I don't. I think Lance and I were talking. Green Day's a good band. Yeah.
I was talking about, Green Day. To me, I don't want to say they were underrated because they had a really good run. They won some Grammys, but they're a really, really good band.
They have some longevity too. Been together since like 1990.
And they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them go in. So I was thinking of the Lounge, riding back from the Meadows yesterday, the golf course, and I was like, one of our great sponsors. Beautiful day on the golf course yesterday. I'm leaving. I shoot at 89, struggle in putting, but it was good. And I'm driving
Today
back.
will be better.
Today will be better.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful thing. I said, Rockstar would do this song fantastic. So put that in the
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
The rotation.
What do we used to call it in sales? Put that in
The funnel.
In the funnel.
Funnel.
Put that in the funnel.
I never liked hearing about the funnel. I will tell you, I really believe that you like golf more than Brown does now.
I like
100%.
weather. I like weather.
I don't know that he
outside.
does. I think Jim likes the idea of everything around golf. Like, I like the actual golf. Jim likes the weather.
Just
Why
don't you just go sit on a patio
I mean,
and,
my God,
and drink
we were
margaritas?
2 minutes into the show. The weather, having the music playing,
Yes.
being with friends or by
Yes.
himself with his
Yes.
imaginary friends.
Yes.
All those things. I think Jim likes all the stuff that goes around the golf, which I enjoy too. But I also enjoy the golf and the competitive nature of trying to always get better.
Yeah.
And I don't know that drives that drives Dunaway a little bit. But I
You're
think
right. You're right. The first part of your sentence.
it's all the
is-
stuff that goes around it.
That's pool golf for me.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody's got their thing. For me, I just like anything that gets me outside, and it's that time of year. I like being outside. Me and our little
If we had a
Angus.
fire drill, would you be okay with that?
I used to love that. Would we go outside at Thompson?
I love the old bomb threat because he gets you out for a while.
Nothing's better than a good bomb threat. Lance.
We had a lot of those, man.
They had
I
to
remember one
search,
went
yeah.
off right before a test that I was not ready for. I know that's shocking.
But you were like, the good Lord has intervened.
And,
Yeah.
and it was like a 4-hour thing.
Let me guess. The Flints called it in.
I really, I'm not going to confirm or deny that. Those are a little tricky. If you know anybody that called a bomb threat in, I don't know if there's statute of limitations on that, is there?
I think murder's the only thing you don't have a statute of limitations on, right?
I don't think that's true.
You do not?
Yeah.
Are you an attorney?
Poll question: is murder the only thing that's that you don't have a statute of limitations on? I do not think that is true. Yes or no? We'll get our legal experts on Twitter. They know everything. We'll let them chime in a poll question. Taylor Corn's handling everything Next Round Live. Our Twitter polls there, everything on Instagram, our YouTube shorts, our reels. She's got it all for us there. Lunsford and Tyler's on the back road today. Forrester is still on a little spring break vacation. Rockstar is back, ready to go. You've already heard from him in the Next Round Store camera. He's Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. I'm Jim Dunaway. A new Mystery Fifth Hour coming out this Sunday. Make sure you're ready for that one. LT will be recording a new Bama and Bourbon today with Aaron Settles, putting a wrap on the basketball season and talking a little bit more spring football. But tonight, it's basketball time for UAB, which is uncomfortable for our show, all right?
Why so?
Let's just be honest.
Yep.
We do not believe in the NIT.
Nope.
We are not NIT people. We usually don't recognize the NIT. We really don't ever talk about the NIT. But we love UAB, and we love Andy Kennedy. So the NIT has been talked about more this year than ever before. UAB's in the semifinals tonight of the NIT out in Las Vegas, 8:30 on ESPN2. But we're not going to be two-faced. We're not big NIT fans. But here's where it's good for UAB. When you're still trying to get the program to where Andy wants it to go, this is a progression, right? This is a chance to move the program in a direction that one day could have you competing for the NCAA tournament Final Four.
Well, I'll just give you an example. Last year, Texas A&M felt that they were shunned. They got into the NIT, they won it, and they had one of the best turnaround seasons this year. Now, they disappointed in the first round against Penn State.
About to say, how deep do they go in the tournament?
You know, I mean, looking back now that we've got our Final Four set, would anybody be surprised if Texas A&M was in this Final Four?
Not at all. If you'd awakened me this morning and I'd been in a coma for 2 weeks, you'd told me A&M was in the Final Four, it's okay.
You know, Brown was listening to me in AK last Friday from Louisville. Dunaway, you were probably socializing, taking selfies, and drinking cold beer.
Wow.
No, but he had to listen just to make sure. that
Yeah,
we were still
I was
patched
enjoying
in.
the talk, yeah.
But Andy asked me the uncomfortable question of would you rather win the NIT or be in the Final Four of the NIT or get one and done in the NCAA tournament? And I gave a diplomatic answer, I guess, because – you know, I'm more NCAA tournament.
Oh, you would 100%. And we can make this a poll question if you want to, Taylor. I don't care if you do or not, but you would 100% rather be one and done in the NCAA tournament, in my opinion, than to even win the NIT because you're in the NCAA tournament. And that's the goal.
Well, but I mean, I wonder, all right, so I think there is some value, obviously, to playing in the NIT. There is some value to it for a school like UAB. Now, North Carolina, which, by the way, we didn't talk much about this. I had no problem with North Carolina doing what they did.
They chose, if you did not keep up, North Carolina, who played for the national championship last year and would have been a number one seed in the NIT. They said, thanks, but no thanks, we're not playing.
Yeah, now a lot of people got wound up about that and talked about how it was a bad look for North Carolina.
It's not a bad look.
Apparently, Hubert Davis let the players vote, and the players voted no. My only problem is that Hubert Davis let the players vote.
Yeah.
If I'm the head coach, I'm like, well, no, we're not voting on this.
Yeah.
We're North Carolina basketball. We do not play in the NIT. We're an NCAA tournament team, and anything other than making the NCAA tournament is a failure for this program. We're not playing in it. And now, I do know Roy played in it one year because I came and played at UAB.
That's right. That's right.
And I think Roy was using it as let's see how the other half lives so you never go back there.
You can tell now, though, on what has gone on at North Carolina on why they voted no. They've had 6 players hit the portal.
That's right. They knew they weren't going to have a team. Yeah.
6 players hit the portal.
Yeah. So, but if I'm Hubert Davis, I wouldn't even let the players vote it. I would have said, this is North Carolina basketball. We do not play in the NIT.
I remember Denny Crum did this back in 1986 or 87. You know, they had just won a national championship with Purvis Ellison. The next year, for whatever reason, they had a complete meltdown, and they were like, we're going to pass on this. Yeah, I don't blame teams at all.
So, but that's it. My point was going to be UAB. I think schools like that can get something out of it. Yeah, but the goal is obviously still the NCAA tournament. But I mean, this is kind of a complicated question to ask, and I think I know how Andy would answer it, obviously. But I wonder if they get more out of playing in this tournament or seeing one of their colleagues, their coworkers in the Final Four. And the message that sends to UAB is, had we been in this tournament, that could just as easily be us.
Oh, and the history of the programs are night and day.
Oh, nowhere close. And you can't look at the way those two teams played this year and think that UAB couldn't have gotten on a hot streak just like FAU.
Oh, when Andy got the job, if you would have said there's going to be a CUSA team that is in the Final Four in 3 years,
we would have said Andy Kennedy.
We
UAB.
would have said that, and it would have been amazing, but it would have been more likely than what the Owls have done here.
Yeah, and I think I'm correct about this. UAB was the first team in our state of major college basketball to reach the Elite Eight. I think it went in the order of UAB. They were 1 win away against Denny Crum's Louisville from going to the Final Four, Gene Bartow back in the day. Then Sonny took Auburn.
Lost to St. John's and Walter Berry.
To the Elite Eight. And then much later, Mark Godfrey took Alabama to the Elite Eight. So Alabama was the last to the Elite Eight party. And right now, Auburn is the only one to the Final Four party. We'll see who of the UAB Alabama is the next to get there. But Andy Kennedy is the guy that we like, and this would be big. Surprising to me, as I looked at the game tonight, that in the series with Utah Valley, UAB trails 1-0. They've actually played one other time.
That is surprising.
I think it was 2017.
Hey.
I didn't know Utah Valley existed. I missed that game when UAB and Utah Valley played. They're down 1-0. Also doing show notes for today, I'm surprised. One of the great moments in championship celebration history was Mark Madsen of the Lakers rapping and dancing at a Lakers celebration party. He is the head coach of Utah Valley. The former Laker, not great. He was a bench player.
Yeah.
But Mark Madsen, and this is either this or the championship game will be his last game. he's off to Cal to be the new head coach.
Yeah, and look, I didn't realize that Mark Madsen was the coach until Andy told me last week, and that's the first thing I brought up. Oh, yeah. As a Lakers fan, I remember the horrific dancing from Mad Dog.
Yes.
And this is one of those things where he gets the Cal job. Cal can be a good job. I remember back in the day when they were like a 2 seed, but you wonder if he would have hung out one more year. Jared Haas has another bad year at Stanford if he goes back to his alma mater. Because Mike Montgomery had that thing dialed in with Stanford.
He did. I mean,
I just wonder if the world has changed for Cal and Stanford, if they'll ever be competitive again.
And, Andy was asking me, do you know the Utah Valley mascot? Because I told him I really didn't know Utah Valley until this year. And I said, well, we looked it up. It was like a really, really hokey Thundercat or whatever it was. In this day of COVID, it is the most confusing eligibility that we've had in college basketball and football. But Jelly Walker has got another year if he wants it, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's right, yeah.
He's only played 4. Trey Jemison has played 5, but only 1 game his first year at Clemson.
So he's got another one?
I don't know.
He could apply. But Trey Jemison's been playing great down the
great
stretch.
basketball.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, with these guys coming back, I mean, 28 wins. If UAB is able to finish this thing off, beat Utah Valley, beat the winner of North Texas and Wisconsin, a 30-win season with those guys coming back, that's a lot of momentum.
I think they did honor Jelly at senior night, though, so that may tell you that he's out the gate.
Yeah,
but I think they did the same for Quinterly, right?
They honored Javon Quinterly 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
he's played a whole other year, and it's got another year of eligibility.
I mean, but Jelly's got to have another year. He's only played 4 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. We'll get into the portal a little bit later on, but here you go, UAB tonight. It's 8:30 on ESPN2, and the way my friends at the Field of 68 describes it, it'll be 2 very different games at Orleans Arena in Vegas tonight. Wisconsin and North Texas will be, they say maybe it'll reach 60 possessions in the game. It'll be a slowdown, defensive struggle, and that's at 6 o'clock on ESPN, main ESPN. And then to ESPN2 for the UAB game, where Mad Dogs, Utah Valley Wolverines, and AK's UAB Blazers will run up and down the floor, and it'll be a good old rough 'em, tough 'em, shoot 'em out type game, nothing but offense. So 2 contrasting games that you'll watch, even though it's not contrasting styles, because 2 defenses in the first game, 2 great offenses in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at UAB averaging almost 78.5 points per game. You look at the Wolverines, Utah Valley, they're averaging 78 points per game, 8-2 in their last 10. UAB's 9-1 in their last 10. So hot teams, a lot of offense. And you look at Wisconsin on the other side against North Texas. Wisconsin's played an NCAA leading 20 games decided by 5 or less points. And it is because of their grinded-out style. So I fully expect both games to be entertaining. I mean, if you like good defense, you like a tight game, maybe a 1-possession final game, I think you'll get that with the first game. And then in the nightcap, I think you will get a lot of points.
Will you lock one of these up?
Yeah, I like both these games, actually.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah. Bobby says a little Deadwood cleanup early. Auburn beat Walter Berry and St. John's. They lost to Louisville and Purvis Ellison in the Elite Eight game.
Okay. Well, then maybe it was Auburn that lost to, Bobby might be able to help me, when they went to the Elite Eight. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
That
so
was
they
the
beat
year.
St.
Okay.
John's, lost to Louisville. So it was Louisville that kept UAB and kept Auburn from going to their first Final Fours back in the day.
Nasty old Denny Crum.
Yeah, it was stupid UConn that kept Alabama from going to Mark Godfrey back in the day. And then technically this time, I guess it was San Diego State, though there was another game that could have been Creighton.
Did y'all like Denny Crum when you were growing up?
Not really.
I did not.
Roll
Did you
paper
not
in
really?
hand.
Roll
good
paper
tan.
in hand, good tan, always had that hair fixed nice. There was a banner of him, Dunaway saw it, right next to the Center in the building next to it, a massive banner of Denny Crum.
I think he was a pretty good guy, though, overall. Right? I'm talking to him in the past tense. Is he still alive?
Yeah, that I don't know, Lance.
I'm going to say living.
Jim?
Living, I'm going to say died in 2020. While you look that up, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing.
88 years old.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing bringing you part of the show today, locally owned for over 20 years. Greg's already over in the chat room chatting it up today. He actually says that, listen, I don't like Hobby Lobby, but if Mama wants to go to Hobby Lobby, I take her to Hobby Lobby. He says, hey, UAB's in NIT. I'm a
watcher.
UAB NIT fan tonight. So Greg's all in on this. If you had some storm damage recently or just had these storms blow through, all the rain and the wind that went through, you don't know what's going on your roof. That's where Greg Nelson Storm Restoration Roofing comes in. You could have some loose shingles, some bent shingles, and you may not know it yet, but you may be getting the unbelievable water damage, the leakage going in that's going to grow and cause problems. Get that free no-cost roof inspection from Greg Nelson right now by calling his cell number 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, or just call him up and ask him who he likes in tonight's UAB Utah Valley game. Either way, free no-cost roof inspection. He'll do some special things for veterans of our U.S. military or current service people of the military. He likes to help them out just to say thank you. But here's the deal, man. The insurance companies really trust this guy. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and that helps you when it's time to file that claim. And he can help walk you through the process that is going to be sort of insurance company friendly, if you know what I mean, that you before you secure your home in storm damage, he'll get it all taken care of with pictures and a portfolio and help you walk through the process. He's been doing it for years. He and his wife run the company. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Denny Crum, dead or alive?
He's live. Danny's still with us, 86 years old. You're very close.
Yeah, very good.
Just had a birthday.
Glad Denny's still with us here.
Yeah, I am too.
Yes.
Played at UCLA. I forgot about that.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Did he play? He didn't. No, he couldn't play with
Not
John.
for Wooden, no.
Yeah.
56 through 58.
Hunter says new Roback hoodie for LT. I've got a Roback hat and a Roback golf shirt on too today.
Yeah, so we got some complimentary gear, a piece each and a hat.
Yeah.
And I liked mine so much, I ordered 3 last week.
Roback's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's an incredible deal right now. TNR20. Put that in as your promo code. You get 20% off. So I got me a new one. I got the boys each one. They don't know about it yet. It's their spring break present.
Surprise.
See, I didn't know hoodies were part of the gift package that came from Roback as our title sponsor, Roback. Glad to have them along with the ride here. So I got the golf shirt and this hat, but I didn't know they made hoodies. That's a
yes,
great
sir.
looking hoodie.
Yeah.
Yours isn't a Roback hoodie yet. That's a good looking hoodie for you too.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I saw other people had hoodies, and I was like, I didn't know hoodies were in the game.
Well, Kelsey knew that you're a big golfer, so somebody's got to get the golf. They're not going to give me the golf shirt. I don't remember the last
I
time
don't think
wore
I've
a
seen
golf
Lance
shirt.
ever wear a golf shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm also a little thick in the middle, so I'm a big fan of the hoodie too.
Does the hoodie make you look?
The kangaroo pouch is good for you,
It's good for me because I can blame any bulking on the pouch. Oh, it's this big pouch.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
you
these,
don't need it.
So from some of the other brands, Viore, I like Outdoor Voices, the Aloe. This might be the softest of all.
Yeah, Roback stuff's good, man.
Yeah,
I was
and-
excited when I found out we were brand new brand ambassadors for Roback.
Yeah, and
I'm like, I can get on board with that.
The price point right now, I mean, you basically get these things under $80.
Sir.
TNR 20. TNR 20 when you drop that in on their website with our friends at Roback there. We appreciate them so much. Other basketball news, I'm excited about this. Yesterday, as the show was winding down, word leaked out Alabama and Arizona working on a neutral site basketball game. Now, it's out in Phoenix, but love to see those two brands get together. Alabama and Arizona, they had a home-and-home series a few years ago. It looks like they could play this around December 20th if it all gets worked out there in Phoenix at the home of the Suns, that neutral site game. And maybe that brings back a game here to Birmingham someday in the future. If you play one neutral out there, maybe you get one back here in Birmingham with our friends at Night Edie or something. I think
the report was it is a 2-year deal. That's the report I read.
It would be out there and then back in Birmingham.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic if they worked that out. I've gotten away from neutral sites in football, but these neutral sites, home and homes with especially the Pac-12 teams, the Gonzaga out west and now in Arizona would be really fun, I think.
Oh, I agree. And I thought we were heading for a showdown in the Elite Eight between these two. At least that's one of the reasons.
That's the way I picked it.
Yeah. I mean, did you have it like that, Dunaway?
I did not. I had somebody else. I had Duke.
Yeah,
No,
Arizona
no,
was.
I did have Arizona. You're right.
Yeah,
Arizona
and the-
was the most surprising early exit to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
more
Princeton,
so than Purdue.
Let me correct myself. I had Alabama and Creighton.
And you think about Tommy Lloyd, what he's been able to do. So year one, he goes 33-4 when he takes over from Sean Miller. They go to the Sweet 16. You thought they were going to build upon that this year. They're a 2 seed, but they get upset. And he still had a 33-year season, a 28-win season. And, I mean, the guy can recruit. He's a hell of a coach. And that's a really good basketball program.
Yeah, I think if you're an Alabama fan, you're excited about a couple things. Number one, you get to see Arizona play back here in Birmingham in 2024. That's going to be good. And number two, this is a clear indication Nate Oates is not going to back off on scheduling. That, he hasn't made his point and he's going to dial it back a little bit. He still wants to challenge in the non-conference, and that's only good for your program.
Hey,
there's no downside to that.
That's the only way you get to be a number one overall seed.
There's no doubt, yeah. If you want to continue challenging for a 1 seed, you got to play the Gonzagas and Arizonas of the world, and Houstons and people like that.
If they had a normal schedule this year and 16-2 in the SEC, there's a chance they would have been a number one seed. They wouldn't have been the number one overall seed.
Maybe.
There's a more likely chance they would have been a 2 seed.
That's right. Yeah. I would agree. No, I would agree. That's the way you get a 1 seed.
What has been more disappointing, Pac-12 basketball or Big Ten football as far as winning national championships? Because Pac-12 hadn't won one since '97. I mean, we're coming up on 30 years.
That
30 years.
It was Arizona.
That was Lute Olson, right?
Yeah, it was Lute Olson.
He's the last one.
Yep.
Jim Herrick won at 95 at UCLA. Am I right about that? And then Olson in 97.
Yep.
And Big Ten football hasn't won one since Ohio State in 14. So I guess I'd go Pac-12.
I'd go Pac-12 basketball.
I mean, there you go. But I mean, they're both. It's a discussion.
Yeah, but
now do Pac-12 football.
But the thing is,
they've won one since they've won in basketball.
Yeah, they won back to back.
Yeah, USC at least.
The thing is, we talk about the Big Ten, or at least the Big Ten talks about themselves as the second best conference in football, and I kind of would agree with that year in, year out. So it's hard to believe. And they seem to have somebody in the college football playoff every year. It's just hard to believe that they haven't won one. And Pac-12 basketball is just not what it used to be.
One thing that is definitely what it used to be is our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. I was just mentioning this to Taylor. I went to a local, it was our friends at Slice. And I got a little Dobel Diamante Maestro Tequila last night sitting out on the patio celebrating my friend Carolyn's birthday. And, it happens sometimes. You get there at 6, just off the golf course sweaty. I order a great Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila over ice, squeeze a couple of lime twists in it, and it tasted perfect on a great spring evening. So I sit there at 6, and the birthday girl's not there, and 6:15, the birthday girl's not there. I look at my wife. I said, "Man, I thought this started at 6." She came up. She thought it started at 6:30. So I was there 30 minutes early. So I had to get a second Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila. I was only going to have one, so I had 2, and a great sliced pizza. It was a great evening last night out there. But the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila is so good. All these guys will tell you that it is, because it is aged in your European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or for mixing. All right, a lot to get to, including Rece Davis coming up in the next segment right here on TNR. We talk to the man of game day before he heads to the Final Four. Stay with us.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Must be spring in Alabama with LT. Hey, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie. Speaking of springtime, that patio kicks this time of year for trivia on Wednesdays.
Yeah, it really does. Just a great place to go. You talk about the outdoors. You can just sit out there with ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Incredible food, delicious burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich, the south of the border roll-up, great salads as well. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, tomorrow night it will be me, Rocky, and Ryan Brown
I'll be
representing for trivia. So looking forward to that. Come join us a little after 8 o'clock. We'll get started. And it's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Hey, and we'll talk to Rece Davis here in just a second. But yesterday, Rodney Terry officially became the permanent head coach of Texas. Reported 5-year, $15 million deal for him. Good by Texas, good for Rodney Terry. I hope it works out for him. Seems like a tremendous guy. And despite them not being in the Final Four, I thought that was a ridiculous request by some people. If he gets them to the Final Four, we'll keep him.
Okay.
The guy did a hell of a job at Texas this year, and I'm glad that they were able to keep him. He'll be officially introduced as the permanent head coach today in Austin.
Rece Davis with us now. He's joining us through the tournament on this show here, presented by MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND when you sign up for that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. What's happening, Rece? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome, just like you drew it up going to Houston, right, with this Final Four. No surprises at all.
Well, second highest seed total in the history of the tournament. And I think probably the most unlikely group. None of the top 3 seeds making the tournament. So the top 12 teams, according to seed, not in there, though I kind of differed with the seeding on UConn a little bit. I understood it because they had that stretch in the middle of the season in which they lost 6 out of 8. But that's, from a talent standpoint, that's a top 2 seed line team easily. So, but yeah, some great stories, some unexpected ones for sure, and just a remarkable thing. I have this theory about the tournament that it just came upon me as I was thinking about Kansas State's Elite 8 hex, Alabama's Sweet 16 hex, if you want to call it that. And I have this theory now that unless your team wins the national championship, the tournament, as great as it is designed to make you unhappy.
Oh, wow.
Because here's the thing, is like I'm watching the Kansas State Florida Atlantic game the other day, for instance. And there's a big part of you that's rooting for Florida Atlantic because it's Florida Atlantic. They might go to the Final Four, right? But as soon as it happens, because you don't really have a dog in the race, and I wasn't working, so I didn't get to flip that switch where you're just sort of observing, without the emotion coming in. And as soon as they won, you're like, well, now this stinks. Kansas State lost in the Elite Eight again, and Marquise Noel's not going to get to play anymore. And now I'm unhappy they're not there. Same thing happened with Texas and Miami. You're rooting for the comeback until it happens. And then after it happens, you are sort of happy for Miami, but you feel awful for Texas. So unless your team cuts down the nets, the tournament is designed to inflict as much agony as possible on you just as a casual observing fan.
Yeah, you know Tom Stipe, longtime Alabama engineer on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. That was the exact conversation we had the other night leaving the Yum Center. We're walking down the hallway. He's pulling all of his equipment, and then he's like, this tournament, I love it, but I hate it because unless you win it, you leave upset.
I do think that if Alabama had made the Final Four this year, there would have been some disappointment, but not upset. If they'd gone to the Elite Eight, there would have been some heartache. Going out in the round in which all of their good teams have gone out, their best teams. And I know one team made the Elite Eight, and I would argue, and I'll probably get a call from Petway after this, but I would argue that all the teams that made the Sweet 16, that was probably the least likely one to have advanced. And I still believe this, and they should do this at Alabama. They should declare themselves, because I know anti-Alabama fans will believe this anyway, they do this anyway. They should declare themselves some type of champion for 2004, because there are only two teams in each tournament that maximize, their path. It's usually, well, I won't say two teams. One team's usually the champion. That team maximized its path because Pet's going to kill me for this. They could have played UConn 100 times in 2004 and been 0-100. They would never, ever, ever have beaten that UConn team. Never, ever, ever. So they did. They beat a number one seed. They advanced past the Sweet 16. There should be a special banner for that one, like maybe best team not named UConn 2004, something like that.
Rece, I said this yesterday. Not always the best team wins this tournament. It's that difficult. And I still think the best teams in college basketball this year are Alabama, Houston, and UConn. But what threw me off on UConn, and my bracket, like everyone's, is a complete mess, is how did this team lose 6 of 8 in the regular season, including losses to St. John's and Seton Hall?
It's a long year, man. Kevin Keats told me this year, North Carolina State coach. Now, that 6 of 8 is more than what you're talking about here. But he said you can count on 2 games a year where your team just doesn't have it, right? And, I'd have to go back and look. I think UConn might have been a little bit banged up. There was probably, just some stuff going on at some point in the season. It sort of happens over the course of the year. But they found themselves. I was surprised. I didn't remember that they weren't ranked in the preseason. That seems to be an oversight by the preseason voters, because they may not have McDonald's All-Americans on that team, and they don't, but they've got elite talent and they've got a bunch of different answers. I like you thought that the 2 teams that had the most answers were Alabama and UConn in terms of being able. They've got multiple bigs. They had multiple guys could make baskets. But look, styles make fights, and Alabama over the course of the year showed to be somewhat vulnerable to the style that San Diego State plays, and we talked about this a little bit last week. So that's part of the tournament play as well. But as far as how UConn lost 6 of 8, it's hard to imagine with the way they're playing right now. It really is.
You mentioned this being the second highest seed total for a Final Four. The other one, also in Houston, had Kentucky, so it's a different field than this one, though UConn is a blue blood as well. Is there a chance that FAU and San Diego State, years from now, has the same respect we now have for Butler and VCU? Because we look back on that one and we go, oh, Butler and VCU, they became pretty household names as it continued on. Is that the path San Diego State and FAU could be on?
I think San Diego State for sure. And I don't want to undermine. And I would even argue that San Diego State already sort of has that. What was missing from their resume was advancing in the tournament because of Mountain West recent history. I guess San Diego State sort of did away with the Mountain West tax. They hadn't even won a game in the tournament. No team in the conference had won a game since 2018, prior to this year in the tournament. So I think they're already there, to be honest with you, Jim. But FAU probably a little more questionable in terms of long term. Not that they can't be good, but Dusty May is going to be a really hot coaching commodity in the future, regardless of what happens this weekend in Houston, and probably regardless of what happens next year. So it's going to be probably a little more difficult to sustain it there, just to be candid about it. But that, having acknowledged that, this is also the type of thing that can galvanize support and allows you to elevate facilities and recruiting and name brand and all of that type of thing that might make it sustainable. So my answer to that is that San Diego State is sort of already there, and now they've punctuated it by breaking through and making a Final Four, and they maybe they're headed to the Pac-12, depending on how all of that shakes out. FAU, I think it remains to be seen, but there's certainly an opportunity there for them to do something like that, because I would imagine that, much like a lot of the other schools in both football and basketball who enjoyed some unexpected success on the national stage, I would imagine that applications for admission will skyrocket as a result of this. It typically does. And then you've got Boca Raton, because not everybody leaves to come to the SIP. Some still want to come to the FAU.
ESPN's Rece Davis with us on the Johnson.
Tip of the cap to Lane.
Yes, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Rece joins us each week through the tournament courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up for that sign-on bonus up to $20,000 or $2,000. Excuse me. They just had a stroke there. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. I want to step back from the Final Four for 1 second because, Rece, if I'm a Gonzaga fan, this was not their best team either. But they had a path like they have many, many years. And just being a realistic person, I know these windows don't last forever. They don't stay open forever. And it's just another year where I felt like I had a shot and we couldn't close the deal if I'm a Gonzaga fan. What do you tell that fan?
I think for this team, you tell them that you maximize it, sort of like we were talking about Alabama in 2004.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't match up. I mean, they didn't play their best game. They can play better than that. There's no question about that. But this is not their best team. This is not as good as the team 2 years ago. It's not as good as the team that played Carolina for the championship in 2017. And it's not as good as some of their teams who've gotten beaten early. But they got better over the course of the season, a lot better, to the point where they were a step away from another Final Four. So I don't think they have. I think it's a real compliment to them that their fans would be upset about anything when you consider the last time they played UConn in an Elite Eight. There was whispers and mutters. Are we going to be able to keep the university open? and now it's a thriving university with a blue blood basketball program. And the only thing missing from the Gonzaga resume is a national championship. They've been to the Final Four twice. They've won in the Final Four twice. They just haven't won the final game yet. So I didn't look at this as a real huge opportunity. It was possible. And certainly had they been able to get past UConn, they would have been the favorite, I would imagine, going into this Final Four. But, UConn is pretty easily, to me, the best team left. And crazy things happen in the tournament, but I'll be very surprised if UConn doesn't win the national championship Monday night.
It was just this past Friday when these guys were in Louisville. I was here in studio, and we were talking about San Diego State and Alabama, and we were talking about San Diego State's defensive numbers, and everyone was like, well, they haven't played a team like Alabama. The last 10 games, they've only given up over 61 time. What they did against Alabama and Crichton, I mean, it's one of the best defensive runs I've seen in the NCAA tournament. I don't know if you agree or not.
No, I completely agree. It's a remarkable thing. They're very physical. They get all up in you. They take away the 3-point line, which they did to Alabama and to Creighton, for that matter. I think Creighton, Alabama was like 3 of 27. Maybe Creighton was 2 of 17 or 2 of 18 or something. It was awful.
Yeah, both 11% behind the arc.
Yeah, both shot very poorly from three. And there are a couple of things that go with that I think the defense is the primary reason. But even when you get open looks, when you guard the way San Diego State does, maybe you rush, maybe you're more open than you realize. Maybe you're just a little off your rhythm because the shot didn't come in the same rhythm, in the same way you might have expected normally. So you missed some open shots too, which both teams certainly did. But that's also a credit to San Diego State's defense. They're really physical and tough. It's always easier to slow a game down than it is to speed it up. and they do a great job of dictating tempo. And they've got old guys who are big and strong and physical, and they sort of play bully ball. And that's what they did particularly against Alabama, and they did a good job of it against Crichton. Crichton doesn't play as fast as it did, say, 3-4 years ago, but they still like to get some movement going and some fluid offensive basketball, and San Diego State just would not allow.
Classic voice rules of the television show on NBC here. Do you spin your chair around for Pat McAfee's version of Calling Baton Rouge? He did it on his show yesterday, confirming he's back with you on game day. Do you spin your chair around for him?
Yeah, man, of course. He's my guy. I mean, I spent as soon as I recognize that Pittsburgh draw in there, I'm spinning the chair around and let's go. So maybe if we get there, maybe he'll sing a little Calling Baton Rouge. He did a little singing for us from time to time this year.
Oh, I think it's a given. If you're in Baton Rouge, he's going to sing Calling Baton Rouge. All right, he is ESPN's Rece Davis with us through the tournament. We'll have another visit with Rece next week around the Final Four. Rece, thank you very much for the time. Enjoy Houston.
Okay, see you guys.
All right, buddy, take care. Rece with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag, and you can get a sign-on bonus up to $2,000. $2,000 sign-on bonus up to it right there at MyBookie.ag. That first time you sign up and you use code NEXTROUND, it's yours and yours forever after one bet. No strings attached. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. UAB a 3.5-point favorite tonight at MyBookie.ag.
Kevin writes in, I'm not sold on Dusty May yet. 5th year as head coach, and take away this year's record, and he's 66-56 overall. Kevin, I'll tell you can't take away this year's record. It goes on the record just like the bad years, just like the building years.
Yeah, I was going to say, what Dusty May's been able to build here. If you go to a Michigan, you go to a North Carolina, you go to a Kansas, you can have a quicker build. When you go to Florida Atlantic, that's got zero history. And we'll get into this in a little bit. And I was telling you guys that I saw they did a article on ESPN.com about the top 5 all-time lineups of the Final Four teams.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see where Florida Atlantic is historically.
Let's do that in the next segment coming up, because I'd love to see this. You mentioned it. I think it's an ESPN.com story.
Yeah, it is.
That's got the Final Four teams, the all starting 5 of all time. I told LT, would it not just be the starting 5 for FAU?
Roll these guys out.
We'll see.
Well, be prepared.
We'll see if that is the case there. Love your feedback over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and love the fact that we're getting ready for springtime at Talladega. Nothing like the speed of the High Banks NASCAR is coming back to our market, and we're getting ready for the big Geico 500.
You know who might make her first appearance ever at the Geico 500 this year?
Taylor Corn?
Potentially. I don't know. I haven't asked Taylor. My wife.
Taylor Swift. Oh.
No, my wife. My wife has told me for years she wants to go because of what an amazing people watching opportunity
Maggie
it is.
wants to go.
Well, we all should go.
We should go.
Let's just all load up and go.
When is it again?
April. Don't know what gave the wrong dates yesterday. I got the copy.
April 23rd.
April 21 through April 23rd. The race is on the 23rd. Yeah.
I'll be in Arizona. I want to go.
Maggie can ride with us. Geico 500, the 2023 Geico 500 weekend is coming up, as I mentioned, April 21 through 23rd. You can guarantee your weekend experience now by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Enhance that race weekend by adding the Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It is the best in all of NASCAR, the most immersive. You got access to the NASCAR Cup Series Garage Bay viewing areas, pre-race ceremonies, driver and crew chief, Q&A sessions, the Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane trophy photos, and much, much more. You can see it all, and you can reserve your spot today. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
So should I cancel Maggie and my trip to Arizona to do this?
I mean, that is up to you.
What part of Arizona?
We are.
You going to see the Grand Canyon?
We may swing by that, but we've got a couple of spas and desert activities,
Girls
hiking.
trip.
Yeah.
Hey!
You going to shave that chest again?
Thanks to our friends at Manscaped. You bet it, buddy.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, underneath this Roback shirt I have on,
Yeah.
I am Manscaped. Yeah. Thanks to my tequila, too. Maestro Del Diamante. I can
Get 'em all, Jim.
I can get all the sponsors right there. When we come back, the best starting five from all the Final Four teams. Yes, Brooks, I'm already suffering from FOMO of all these guys going to Talladega without me. We're back in a moment. I might have to leave my phone at home, so what's going to happen?
Yeah,
I can't go
that's
to
gonna
Arizona.
happen. Yeah.
I got to leave my phone at home. Back in a moment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Yep.
Hey, we're back with you on the next round. We will talk to Clay Travis coming up at 10 o'clock, but Namari Burnett will be with us at 11:45.
What will we tell him about, Jim?
Developing news involving Namari Burnett right after Brownie tells us about the Indy Grand Prix coming back to Barber Motorsports this spring.
It is coming back. We talked about Berman yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah, that was a bad Berman, wasn't it, Jim?
It was okay.
It was a Berman. Listen, the new name for a great race, the Medical Properties Trust, presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix coming April 28th through 30th at the Barber Motorsports Park. The Grand Marshal, have you guys seen who the Grand Marshal is for the Indy race?
Oh.
I will give, Rockstar, you can participate as well.
I'll go Luke Combs.
I'm going to say it's...
I was going to give it a hint.
I was going to say Nate Oates.
You guys know this person personally.
Children's Hospital, know this guy personally. I'm going to say it is American Idol star Taylor Hicks.
Not Bruce Pearl, not Taylor Hicks. One guess, Rockstar. You know him personally. Put the camera on Rockstar and I'll give a hint. Punch Rockstar's camera on.
The man, the myth, the legend, Ben Kingsley, Paul Feinbaum.
Paul Feinbaum.
Is it really?
Yes, we'll give the most famous command in racing. Racing legends such as Helio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Marcus. Everybody in the chat room is going to want to know what the clue was. Marcus, but you notice Rexstar got it right away.
Yep. Tight shot on Brownlee.
Nope. Marcus Erickson will be on the field of the fastest race car drivers in the world. Don't miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix powered by Am First. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Get yours today. IndyAlabama.com.
Paul, they haven't raced anybody. Paul,
that turn 8's rough.
Paul, nobody's raced them that hard. Paul, what about Alabama?
Can you imagine? Because, normally they do the gentlemen, start your engines.
Gentlemen, it's Friday. We will be right back.
Namari Burnett coming up on the show later today. But, Brownie, the developing news we were informed about going to break was?
This is according to Verbal Commits, at Verbal Commits, which is, they say, all the best college hoops recruiting info in one place, Syracuse, New York. Verbalcommits.com. Namari Burnett has entered the transfer portal. According to them, now, Namari, who's probably the best source on this, joins us at 11:45, so we'll ask him point blank and see what happened. But according to at least this report, he is in the transfer portal. Now, a couple things to remember about the transfer portal. That doesn't 100% mean you're leaving. Grayson McCall is a good example, and he may still leave Coastal Carolina, but he very publicly entered the transfer portal, then came back and played in the bowl game and took his name out of the transfer portal. So that can happen. This does not 100% mean Namari's going. It could just mean he wants to see what's out there for him.
For instance, more specifically with Alabama, Relaford was in the portal for most of the year, and there were thoughts he were going to Texas. He ended up coming back and playing for Nate Oates one more year. Not this year, of course, but last year. So you can go to the portal and come back.
Not relevant.
I mean, this is more.
Shackelford, my bad.
This is more about seeing what kind of deals you can get on the other side. I would
Probably,
assume.
yeah.
And,
Probably.
if you're the collective right now, yay, Alabama, do you go to Namari? I mean, Namari can be
player.
one of these really important pieces, especially next year. Do you go on and make him an offer he can't refuse?
Elite defender, a really underrated shooter, and I don't think he ever got back to 100% coming off the injury.
He reminds me of the Alabama version of Alan Flanagan for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, maybe so.
That's right. That the further he gets away from that injury, he's going to be back.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing, and I know we're going to get more into this in a little bit, when you got a guy like Caleb Love, who was so instrumental in North Carolina's run to playing in the national championship last year, you've got him with 2 years remaining going into the portal. I mean, where are you going to go that has more potential than North Carolina?
That's right. And you'd already hit the big shot against Duke that beat them and got them to the national championship game. Interesting portal times. Namari Burnett is in there from Alabama. LT will tell us about Dr. B before we get to the top of the hour and talk to Clay in his weekly visit here. But right now, let's talk about the best starting five for the teams in there. Start with UConn, and we'll work our way down because UConn – I mean, I went through them all yesterday, Shabazz and all those. I would imagine their starting fives were just the best players on their four national championship teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't – there's other players that are better than these guys, but Kemba Walker, you can't deny what he did in 14. So they've got him starting at the 1. At the 2, they've got Ben Gordon, another fantastic player. Also was part of that 2004 national championship. Rudy Gay is the 3. Emeka Okafor is the 4, and Hassim Thabit is the 5.
Not only are they the favorite in this Final Four, they're going to be the favorite in the all-time Final Four, I'll quit tell you.
Yeah, but, no Ray Allen, no Rip Hamilton.
Wow.
Khalid El Amin, who won that first national championship. You guys remember a little thick, but a great point guard, at least in that run. So those are 3 names that really and Napier was another guy, too, that I thought about.
Yeah, in fact, I'll take it one step further. You could take the best player from the remaining 3 teams, and they're not as good as that one.
Yeah.
There's only –
by the way, it sounds like
other,
the number 2s on this UConn team.
Maybe so.
Could beat the starting 5 on these others.
Well, to me, out of Florida Atlantic, San Diego State, Miami's all-time starting 5, there is only one person that would be in that starting lineup for UConn.
And that's going to be Miami's who? No, San Diego State's who?
Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, the claw would be there. Florida Atlantic, they've got a kid, Greg Gant, from 2009 to 2013. Mike Bell, who was the Atlantic Sun Player of the Year in 2005. And then the other 3 are all guys on this team.
I mean,
And guess who the head coach is? By the way, Jim Calhoun was the all-time coach.
Yeah, it's easy there. Yeah,
Dusty May's the coach.
May, yeah. Basically, they're saying, Florida Atlantic, we see you. We know you're new. We're gonna.
And these guys are great.
We're gonna put you in the story. That's about it. Yeah.
Yes. So San Diego State, the head coach is Steve Fisher. No surprise there. Malachi Flynn, who was so good back in 1920, and then you've got Matt Bradley, who's on this team. Jamal Franklin, 2010 to 2013. Kawhi Leonard, 09 to 11. And Malcolm Thompson, 09 to 011. And then finally, Miami. Larinaga is their head coach. Shane Larkin, really good point guard from 11 to 13. Lonnie Walker, really good, still in the league, 17 to 18. Isaiah Wong, who's on that team right now, ACC Player of the Year. Bruce Brown from 16 to 18. And then Omir, the big right now for Miami. He's on that team.
Yeah, all time. You can see the breakdown of all those at ESPN.com. Just really interesting that FAU gets a lot of respect for this team that is there in this Final Four. In Houston coming up Saturday and Monday, FAU in the first game against San Diego State, and then Miami and UConn in the nightcap. Last night, the women booked their Final Four. South Carolina makes it 2 SEC teams. They beat Maryland by 11. They get Caitlin Clark in Iowa, and Kim Mulkey gets LSU there against Virginia Tech, who's there for the first time ever. So those are the 4 women's Final Four. They play Friday and Sunday. Dr. B gets us to the top of the hour, making LT's hair look fantastic.
I had the conversation with somebody yesterday that the hair is already 14% thicker. Can't wait to go back and see Dr. Beckenstein to see where it stands right now. I want to remind you, Dr. B offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without needles. T3hair.net for more information. Again, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Winter's upon us, and so is the cold, wet winter weather. Don't freeze in your own home. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep you warm and toasty. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services since 1954. It's the name I trust and the name Birmingham trust. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our headlines this hour brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to call home, montevallo.edu. Find out why there's wonderful, wonderful student activities there, including 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, multi-million-dollar theater department, and so much more. Great campus life, beautiful campus according to Southern Living. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. UAB in the NIT semifinal tonight against Utah Valley. That's 8:30 on ESPN2. Winner plays the winner of Wisconsin and North Texas, so 2 Conference USA teams there. Rodney Terry's officially the new coach at Texas, will be introduced a little bit later on today. Alabama and Arizona working on a home in Phoenix and Birmingham that could start December 20th of next basketball season. And Namari Burnett, according to reports, in the transfer portal. More with Namari coming up on our show when he joins us at 11:45 Central Time.
All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay Travis with us, founder of Outkick, Fox Sports at Clay Travis on Twitter. I know it was an awful day in your city yesterday, Clay, so our condolences to everyone involved there and prayers for all the families that were impacted. There's really nothing you can say. It was just an awful day.
Yeah, let me just say this. I don't know how many people have had the opportunity to see the footage of the police responding.
I saw that. I saw you tweeted. It is pretty incredible body cam footage.
Yeah, and I literally, just as you were introducing me, shared the full 6-minute footage. I know that police are imperfect, right? As everyone is who is human, no matter what you do for a living. But I think when you watch that footage, and certainly we know there have been many viral footage scenes that have reflected poorly on police, and oftentimes that receives a great deal of attention. But the professionalism that the Nashville police showed in arriving at that active shooter scene and taking out the shooter, it's violent, it's graphic, but I would encourage people to go look at it and realize what so many of our police officers and first responders are doing on a daily basis, running to the sound of gunfire and trying to protect the innocent. And I would just encourage everybody out there to go look this up. The Metro Nashville Police have released all of the body cam footage of the officers involved in that response yesterday. Now, I believe, based on watching that footage, that they likely saved countless lives. But certainly in my hometown of Nashville, there's a lot of sadness, a lot of grief over the death of 3 innocent 9-year-old kids and 3 educators at that religious elementary school who were targeted, I believe, based on their faith and based on their religion in an act of profound evil. And so certainly that is what has occupied my time, and most people in the city's time over the last 24 hours. And I know you guys have got kids, but I've got kids in Nashville at 3 different schools. So it truly is probably the worst nightmare of any parent. I walk my kids to school every morning, and so it's a pretty brutal time in the city.
Yeah, Clay, everybody's got an opinion on a way to stop these shootings. I've got 2 in 2 different schools, but when we were doing 6 to 10, we were doing mornings, I was able to go eat lunch with Jack. This is 3 years ago. I would go 3 times a week. And there was one armed police officer that was always there. I mean, do you think we've gotten to the point where we need multiple police officers on all these campuses? I
mean, I've been arguing for this. So let me take a step back. I every one of my kids goes to a school with armed police officers in it. I don't know how standard that is everywhere, but that's from my elementary school kids all the way, into the high school kid now. I think that every school in America should have a armed security, at least one. There was not an armed security guard at this school. I think that it's a no-brainer, personally. I mean, if we can hire 87,000 new IRS agents and we can give $100 billion to Ukraine to protect their border, I don't understand how in the world we can't, on a bipartisan basis, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, whatever your politics are, bring in armed security guards to every school. At a minimum, I think that would maybe give pause to some people out there who think about attacking schools to know, okay, there is somebody there who would immediately, hopefully, be able to return fire if I try to enter that school. And I've been arguing that for years, but certainly in the wake of Uvalde down in Texas, I will say again, for everybody, at least these cops went balls to the wall and didn't stop, right? I think the cowardice of many of the leadership in position in Uvalde, where they let this guy stay inside of a classroom for hours while they set up a perimeter outside of that classroom, has been universally condemned by pretty much everyone. And what we saw in this scenario was the exact opposite of that, right? You run to the sound of the shots and neutralize the shooter. But yeah, LT, I mean, I have the same position. I mean, I don't know what every school is like, but for instance, they lock the doors, right, all to the schools. And in my kids' school district, I've got two kids in public school, one in private. You have to show a driver's license ID to be able to get buzzed in, and they have two locked doors before you would get in. And that seems like it should be a standard practice, as well as having a school resource officer and armed guard effectively there. The kids at my elementary school in particular have had the same school resource officer, the same armed officer there the whole time. They love her. I think it's important not only to protect kids there, but I think it also lets kids know that police are their allies, their friends, that they should be trusted sources. And particularly when you start at a young age interacting officers with young kids, I just think it helps to sort of create a better relationship between kids and officers going forward when they meet and know a police officer that they can trust, that's there to protect them inside of their school.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Officer Buford at my youngest daughter's school, they literally, the PTO every year auctions a day with Officer Buford, and it's one of the top things. Yeah. The kids love him. I mean, they absolutely love him, yeah.
Bama Beth, one of our great listeners up in Tennessee, in the chat room, police response was incredible, heartbreaking situation, echoing what Clay was talking about. Why do you think we have a problem in our country with bipartisanship right now on something like this that it seems like everyone would agree on?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of people who are more interested in scoring political points than making things better. And that's why, to me, I don't understand how anybody, I mean this honestly, like, I don't understand the argument against putting police officers in every school to protect kids. I really don't. And I'm saying that as a parent who feels very fortunate that my kids in public school have school resource officers there. I don't understand why that's considered to be a controversial idea, especially, I mean, I guess some people could say, well, it costs too much. I don't know what the cost is, but when we're spending $100 billion on Ukraine aid, I'm sorry, if we're spending that much money to help them fight a war, I certainly don't understand why we can't spend it to protect our own kids inside of our own border.
Yeah, I don't really care what the cost is, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel the same way.
Yeah,
I
you can't put a price on a human life, especially a 9-year-old child. You just can't.
I agree. So I don't understand. I mean, this was my position right after Uvalde. I didn't understand why everybody couldn't come together and make that decision to make sure that. But again, it's also the message that you're sending, not only about protecting kids, which obviously is hugely important, but I want every person who would ever think about going into a school and shooting it up to understand that there are armed guards there waiting for you. Right. And by the way, I want the people in the school to be as badass as possible. I mean, how many people retire from the Marines or come out of the armed forces and are still relatively young. They're 38, 42 years old, absolute badasses who've been door kickers in foreign countries that would love the opportunity to protect young kids in their neighborhood and in their city. I don't see this as a remotely difficult choice. I mean, to me, this is something that every time, whether it's a private school or a small religious school like this one was in Nashville, or whether it's a big public elementary school like it appears certainly Uvalde was, I don't understand why this isn't like the immediate response from everyone to try to make sure our kids are as safe as possible inside of school.
Clay Travis from Fox Outkick joins us here on the Next Round. Look, I know it's impossible to get in the mind of evil, but there used to be sacred ground, whether it was a church or a school, and it seems like there are no boundaries anymore. And I just don't know. Like, I don't know any of the names of any of these shooters. So I don't know what there is to gain. I don't know what's going through their head.
Well, sometimes it's suicide by police. Sometimes that is their way of.
But the easy way to do that is just start shooting up your own house. Somebody's going to show up.
But you don't get media coverage doing that.
Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, LT, your point is a good one, and I've talked about this a lot on my shows. Prior to Columbine, you almost never heard about somebody shooting up a school, right? And for those people out there who don't remember, Columbine, I believe, was like 1998, something like that. You guys can look up the exact year of when it was. And we've seen a ton of copycats since then. And so the number one thing that I try to do personally, it's not like I have, a lot that I can control. I try to avoid ever saying the shooter's names because there is, to what Dunaway was saying in response to ULT, there is data out there that suggests that one of the primary motivating factors for these people is they want to be famous, and they know they're going to end up on the nightly news, their pictures, their videos, their manifestos. I don't even know that the manifesto for this killer has come out yet, but they know that the media attention is going to be all-encompassing. And, I've been making this argument for a long time as well as it pertains to mass shooters. When someone is accused of rape, the accuser's name is not published by news, right? And that the idea is basically we have rape shield laws because the theory is that if you publicize someone who says, "Hey, I was raped," then it makes it less likely that someone's going to be willing to report that crime. And that is almost universally, in my experience, acknowledged and recognized as a legitimate idea by everyone in the news media, right? You never see the name of someone who's accusing rape as part of the headline. So I don't understand why the media as a whole, and I'm a part of it, so I'm doing exactly what I'm telling other people to do in terms of my personal feeds. I don't understand why there can't be an agreement. Look, we can cover the age, the background, the details surrounding a killer, but it seems to me that constantly making these people famous is actually encouraging more of these mass shooting events.
100%. And being a local news guy for years, we never covered suicides because of the reason society was afraid it would lead to more suicides because you get on the news.
The data, by the way, Dunaway, does reflect that, right? Yeah. When you cover suicides, and they get a lot of attention, in particular, it's awful, but like teen suicides, they cluster, right? People in some way are influenced by that and are more likely to commit suicide. And the same data reflects school shooters that, there might be people out there thinking about doing it. They see it happens, and there tend to be clusters. And so, that's the fear, obviously, no matter where you are all over the country, that now that this shooting has happened, it's going to spawn another one. And certainly this has been going on in a big way. And I know, look, there was the Texas shooting from the, back in the day at the University of Texas. I know there have been mass shootings before, but in terms of LT's, kind of question about inside of school grounds, this was something that you and me and everybody who's around our age grew up. I don't ever remember thinking, somebody's going to show up with a gun at school and kill people. My kids think about it, right? They ask me about it.
Right.
And that's a failure of our society that we've allowed that to happen.
Yeah. I would love to see somewhere in the future, the greatest minds in media get together on both sides of the aisle and get the media back to a good place to where it's actually supporting our country and not ripping it into halves. So maybe you can lead the way someday, instead of being a fraction, be a uniter. Yes,
done a lot of people out there, but I try to do my part.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick. We prefer talking much different topics with Clay, but this one hit close to home for him, obviously. Clay, thank you for the time. Thank you for the thoughts, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, appreciate you all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And truthfully, close to home for anybody who has school-age kids, or if you go to church or a grocery store or a sporting event, because it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until it's it's a grocery store, and it already has been a grocery store, until it's a sporting event, until it's it already has been a church, and we have a big drive each year on how you can serve in your church, and this week's message was our armed security team who wants to volunteer and go through training this year to be part and serve 2 years on the armed security team for this very reason right there. I mean, we're not a fortress where we can't get in, but we're well armed.
Well,
just at church for this reason, and it's sad that this is the United States of America.
It is,
and we got to talk about spending billions of dollars to protect our schools, but that's where we are.
I would highly recommend, and Clay is right, it is graphic video, but the video, and he's tweeted it, it's from Nashville. They made it, it's public video. It's on two officers' body cams. If every school system in America doesn't have Nashville teaching them how to react to this, there is a failure, because this is an absolute clinic. I mean, when you go watch this video, if you go watch it, their precision, their plan, their teamwork, their strategy, everything from the moment they pull up on campus till the shooter has been killed was absolutely a clinic. I mean, it's incredible to watch it.
Yeah, and the fact that it was quick. And they ran into fire and did not wait for the shooting to stop, literally saving lives and lives. And lives.
I have never talked about this publicly. I don't know if you guys want to get into it or not. I don't know if this is the right time.
Well, I mean, you brought it up now, so you might as well do it.
But I'm going to get really emotional probably. But, I've had mental health struggles.
Right.
And you guys were part of it. You saw it up close and personal in Indianapolis last year. And, Rocky, I think I talked to you about it.
Yeah.
God, man, this is tough. But after our national championship show, going into the national championship game, I lost control. And I don't know, I was just kind of out of my mind. I can't really explain it. And so anyway, when I got to the game, and if anybody saw me there, they probably knew something was up, because I was sitting down on the carpet inside of the facility there at Indianapolis, and I just couldn't get my bearings. And I called the roommate. I called my ex-wife. I think my ex-wife freaked out and called you guys.
She did.
Y'all had to make it across the field through a sea of people. And you guys came and hung with me. I couldn't explain what was going on. I just said, I've lost control. Like, my mind is in a different spot. This is really surreal. I don't feel safe. Then our friend Jimmy Anthony came and took over. You guys had to work, and he sat with me through the first half. And then I got an Uber, and I went on, and I pretty much had put myself in a better spot. But from that point on, I went and I sought help, and I got on some meds, and things have been a lot better. But my point is, you can't pick and choose who suffers from that. I didn't ask to suffer from that.
That's right. You're talking about mental illness.
Mental illness, yeah. It's a real thing, and people don't believe it, man. Trust me. And I reached out to a guy the other day. I saw a guy on Twitter, and he said, man, say some prayers. I'm really struggling. So, I sent him some direct messages and just said, man, get some help.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it is a crisis in our country, and I don't know if we just recognize it more now, and it's always been this way, or if the way the world is and our society is, if it has grown to that point to where it is a crisis in our country. And the debate over in the chat room is about gun regulation, or mental health regulations. I mean, there doesn't have to be a right answer. They all could be right answers, or they all could be, it doesn't have to be a win for the left or the right. But mental illness and I even hate using mental illness. How about mental struggles? People struggle with life. Life is not easy.
But I do think
even though for someone like you, where dream job, dream situation,
I've got a great
you got
life,
money,
I've
you
got a
got
great
healthy
family.
kids, right?
I'll just say this. So I think there is, because there were parts of me where I wasn't content in life, and then that was completely different. Like, people out there say everyone can be happy. That's not necessarily true. I think a good part of society can be, but when it hits you, and it's hit me 3 times, and it is a dark, dark pool, and it is scary. And if you know anybody that's suffering, just talk to them. And I thought I was above therapy, but nobody is. I mean, people need people to be able to talk to.
And I would say that night when we finally got through that,
and you guys saw me. It was a different me.
No. I was shaking. Your ex-wife had called me, and I could hear the concern in her voice. I knew right away something was wrong. And you had called me, and then she had called me. And I mean, Dunaway was probably the same way. I didn't know what to say to you, right? But the first thing I did was I stopped and I prayed over you, that God would give you some peace and some calm in this situation. That's all I knew to do. But we stood there with you, and we listened to you, and we talked to you. There were no magic words. Like Dunaway, as good as he is with words, wasn't going to come up and say something was going to fix the situation you were in. But what a real friend does is what you just said, is you just stop and listen and be with someone, right?
Well, and that's what I needed. I needed familiar faces. I needed you guys for whatever reason, because I didn't, in that moment, I hate to say this, I didn't trust myself.
Yeah. That's with what we saw yesterday in Nashville, which 100% was suicide by police. And, people who commit suicide are people who just slip into, dark addictions or dark depression. It's all a mental illness, a mental struggle, a mental disease. Rockstar and I've dealt with it many times.
I've dealt with it since I was a child. I'm still in therapy.
Yep.
I mean, I do. It's something, and a prime example is something you said that has everything. Robin Williams. Reading articles on him, and I think I read an article. Sam Neill wrote about him. I don't know why. But to have the funniest guy, but that was his depression. That's the only time I'm happy, when I got to be the center of attention, making people laugh and everything. And then when you leave, I'm alone with myself and I struggle. And he had that problem, and he knew that, I think he had, was it Parkinson's or dementia? He'd early said, he knew that if I'm depressed now and I can't be alone, things are going to get worse for me. And that's one of the ones that hit me the most, is when Robin Williams died, and just what he went through, just knowing that there's people like that are on top of the world that can do serious roles and comedic roles, but then I still have to go to bed at night alone. I still have to think I'm alone in my head when you guys leave, and it's just it's hard to deal with, and you can relate to so many things. So many people have that but won't talk about it because it's embarrassing, or you're going to laugh at me because I'm depressed. I shouldn't be.
Well, that's why we try to be as honest as we can on the show, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Well, I just think it's important in this moment. It just felt right. I've been wanting to talk about it at some time. I didn't know when the right time was. But if anybody's thinking about taking their lives, or even worse, going out and taking other lives to make sure their life is taken, I mean, there is anxiety meds that you can get on that will make you better. I take one a day, one pill a day, and it has completely changed my outlook.
No. You're a different person from that point.
I don't blow up anymore. You guys remember I was a lot more moody, and I'm more even keel now. There's still times that I get a little depressed, and I think that's probably more, I don't want to say substance abuse, but it probably is, from long weekends, things like that. But I'm working things out, and it's really tough. And I know there's a ton of people struggling, and we don't even know who they are, because you guys never knew it until that moment.
No, I didn't know.
I mean, I was emotional.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were in the place you were in until we saw you in Lucas Oil Field that night, and that was.
It's scary, because there are people out there that are like, back to Robin Williams. Why would a guy like that take his life? I truly believe Robin Williams wasn't in control that night.
Yeah, probably not. No,
and that happens a lot. And we do a show 4 hours a day, and we try not to blend in politics or the ways of the world, so that you guys can escape from it. But it was a good timing for LT to bring that up after the tragedy yesterday in Nashville. Are we ready to go to break yet? I don't want to shorten this.
No,
Okay.
you look, and,
Well, then,
and
I can say a funny line at this point.
Why start now?
Since you've been medicated, I'm up 10 steaks.
That is true. I've lost a little edge. I have.
Keep taking that pill.
And again, I'm not trying to make this about me. I just thought it was the right
No. It is not about
right
you.
moment, because it is for a lot of people embarrassing to talk about.
Right.
I'm just to a point in my life where nothing is embarrassing to me.
That's right.
Everybody's got so many faults and so much shit going on in their lives, and I just think it is important to talk about this.
Read the chat room, and you'll see how much people appreciate that you were willing to be transparent there. But I would also say, from our standpoint, we are together a lot. And this was on a trip to Indianapolis where we were together more than a lot.
Yeah, and we were having a great time.
We were having a great time, and even we didn't really see this. So, you're not always going to see it, is my point there, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you when it really happened. So that moment, I talked to a couple of people about getting on meds. I was like, well, just let me clear my head. And then I was on my birthday trip. I was in one of my favorite places in the world down on the beach. I was with my kids. And it started to happen again. And I called my therapist and I said, look, you got to call me something in today. And so I went to the pharmacist down there and I started immediately, and I haven't given it up since. And, it gets to a point for a lot of people. I mean, I pray to God you never experience this. And Rockstar, I don't know how deep yours has gone. I know you've dealt with it a while. But if you get to that level where you feel that despair, it is awful.
Well,
it is awful.
I'm a proponent of therapy and stuff like that, and I remember talking to you about it several times, trying to get you in, and just to say, like, it is not a thing where you don't have to make a public announcement, Michael Scott, and declare that I'm in therapy. You just like this. That's the thing where people are like, what are people going to say? Well, who cares?
That's right.
Like, if you're feeling like this, you don't have to tell the world, like, hey, I can't come into work tomorrow, I'm going to try therapy.
That's what I told one of my kids the other day. I said, look, there are so many kids that are in therapy. If you ever need to talk to somebody, nobody has to know about this. You just tell me or mom, and we'll get help for you.
It's harder for kids to talk to mom or dad. Like, that's more of a difficult thing, because your mom and dad, it's another embarrassing thing. Like, I don't want you to know what I'm struggling with.
There are three people in the world. There are people who are in therapy, people who should be in therapy, and people who are in denial. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama in Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on today, 151 days. From the start of the college football season, just 111 days before we're back in Nashville on the road again for SEC Media Days. Not too far away from being back in one of our frequent destinations now. Have news on Brandon Miller to tell you after I tell you our friends at Wayne's. 50 years Wayne's has been in business, being the leader when it comes to pest and termite protection in the South, and it is a true Southern company. Wayne's is based right here and is spread throughout the SEC football and basketball footprint. And Wayne, celebrating 50 years, wants to give back to you. Whether you're an existing customer or a new customer, you can save $50 off of these platforms of there: the pest protection, the termite protection, the mosquito service, and the lawn care service. All you have to do is use the promo code TNR, and that's going to save you $50 on each of these services, $50. You can stack them up, save $100, $150 if you use the promo code TNR at callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES1. I want to talk to you about the mosquito service because, man, if you don't have the mosquito protection in your backyard, you know right now with all the rain we've had and all the puddles that are in the forest and in your backyard, or rising creeks and floodwaters and such, that can leave the mosquito beds out there and can really ruin an afternoon or evening in your backyard. Put all that aside by using the mosquito service for our friends at Wayne's. They also have lawn care, the termite, and the pest control, and you can save $50 off all those if you use the promo code TNR. TNR, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. Thanks for the overwhelming response over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and those people that are texting Lance right there.
No, I wanted to tell you I got a text from Wayne's this morning.
Oh, did you
And
really?
This is how professional they are. And look, since we've partnered up with Wayne's, I mean, they are the absolute best in the business. But, you know, this morning at 7:21, hi, this is Adam with Wayne's Pest Control. We're coming out today to do your regular outside pest control service. Thank you for allowing us to do your pest control service. After they come out, they send you, did everything go okay? I mean, they're just airtight on everything they do.
The news of Namari Burnett going to the transfer portal has Alabama fans asking some questions here. We'll talk to Namari live on the show. He's supposed to be with us at 11:45 Central today, so that's coming up a little bit later on. We're a little behind time-wise, so a short segment here. Reminder, UAB playing Utah Valley tonight in the NIT. But we did have a lot of, other than Namari, a lot of other people that have jumped into the portal. You mentioned Caleb Love earlier. Missouri and Memphis right now are two of the likely landing spots for Caleb Love, according to the folks at Field of 68. This guy was tremendous a year ago, but this year he seemed to not have the shooting and the chemistry that he had the year before when he helped lead North Carolina to the national championship game. And he took a lot of the blame personally for the performance of North Carolina missing the tournament. Now he's leaving Chapel Hill. You think this would be a big piece for anybody?
Oh, absolutely. And look, I mean, we'll see if he leaves or not. But, I mean, this is a 6'4" guy that was recruited by almost everybody, including Missouri. Now, he had career highs in points this year, averaging almost 17 points per game, but he's got 2 years left. He's got tournament experience. He's a physical guy. He can shoot it. I mean, he is at the top of the portal list right now. He is 1A.
Yeah, now, if he ended up, Missouri, Memphis, obviously the leader, place like Alabama, Auburn, someplace like that, I like him better as a shooting guard, not a point guard.
No, I would agree. Yeah.
But he can play both.
Yeah, I think he is your 2, though. I think that's what he's going to end up being for somebody.
Caden Shedrick is more of a rim protector for Virginia, more of a defensive guy. He's in the portal. But so, too, is Severe Wheeler.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That
from
was
Kentucky.
Yeah, that one caught a lot of people's attention, I think. Severe Wheeler, a guy who doghouse is not the right word. I guess game plan was just kind of in and out of Cal's game plan. I don't know that he ever quite figured out how to utilize him game in, game out.
Well, he had some injuries there.
He had injuries, but Kason Wallace, who was a freshman, I thought played really well. I thought he was the better option there.
And when he was in there, Kentucky got on their roll and got a lot better.
And so I think he saw kind of the writing on the wall. Not only that, Calipari's bringing in the #1 recruiting class. So, I mean, what kind of room? This was probably one of those mutual deals.
Yeah, you're going to limited playing time next year if you hang around. A couple of guys from the Patriot League and the Ivy League where they have different rules about eligibility, how many years you can play. Keegan Records at Colgate and Ryan Langborg of Princeton, 2 guys that were responsible for their NCAA tournament bid or their deep run at Princeton. That have run out of eligibility at their school, but they have a year left of NCAA eligibility. They're in the portal. That could be a big pickup. Jordan Wright of Vanderbilt, everybody saw how good he was down the stretch. He's in the portal as well.
Which to me is a little surprising too, because it seems like Jerry Stackhouse has got the program going in the right direction. There's a little momentum there. Again, I think a lot of people dip their toe into the pool just to see what is out there NIL-wise.
Yeah. And Joe Girard of Syracuse, a guard who is leaving Syracuse with Boeheim out. In 5 SEC teams have already reached out to Girard. That includes Tennessee, LSU, Florida, Arkansas, and the Auburn Tigers. So some portal news there in basketball. Elbert writes in, is there a TNR code for Waynes in Huntsville? Yes, any Waynes where you're listening to us. If Waynes is in your area and they're in Chattanooga and Huntsville and Montgomery and Memphis and Nashville, they're all over the place. The same code works, TNR, no matter where you are. Just jump in there right there, and that works everywhere for you if Waynes is in your neighborhood. Some college football when we come back. And then we'll get to the top of the hour. Show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at NASCAR, getting you ready for a big racing weekend.
Yeah, Brian Crichton, Talladega president, is going to update us on everything that is going on there at Talladega coming up. But you can go see it for yourself. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com is the website to go to. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. You can guarantee your 2023 Geico 500 weekend experience. It is April 21 through April 23. Sunday is the Geico 500, the 23rd of April. Enhance your race weekend by adding that Talladega Garage experience presented by Coolray, the most immersive in all of NASCAR. You can see everything that goes with that. You can reserve your spot today by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Laura says, thanks for being real, you guys. Y'all probably just helped many people struggling. Also, there are options to speak with therapists via Zoom.
That's how I talk to mine.
Yeah, you don't even have to go anymore like LT.
He's in Montgomery, and so I would like to be in person, but I mean it's right there, and it's obviously much more convenient.
I was going to say real quick, what is interesting about Lance sharing and just the way we do our show, somebody texted me and said, I know Lance's part of that wasn't planned, but props to him for being transparent. The entire segment wasn't planned, to be honest with you. We had not discussed that we were going to.
I didn't know you were going to go there with Clay.
I really didn't either. I
thought we'd talk Final Four.
I felt like it needed to be said. Clay lives in Nashville. It's a big story, and we did the whole segment on it, and it led to that. So that's kind of the way this show has worked for whatever, 13 years now. It's kind of the way we do it.
We don't plan out any
No.
Brandon Miller is the NABC Freshman of the Year, National Freshman of the Year. That is the National Association of Basketball Coaches. So the actual coaches who are members of the NABC say Brandon Miller is your National Freshman of the Year. Now, I would imagine some of these national accolades are ringing a little hollow with Alabama fans at this point, being bounced before the Final Four. But he's gone to some places now that no Alabama player has gone in the national recognition, including being an NABC National Freshman of the Year.
The unfortunate thing is it just seems like there was so much meat left on the bone for Brandon Miller and this team. But, his lasting impression going out in the Sweet 16, going 3 of 19 with 6 turnovers. I mean, that's tough. I think he's going to be outstanding at the next level.
And there's a discussion, now at Alabama where Brandon Miller maybe I think Richard Hendricks agrees with us when he's on the show, maybe the greatest basketball player ever to play at Alabama. I don't know if that is the case or not, but that is in the discussion. Bryce Young, the greatest quarterback in Alabama history.
One of the greatest players, yeah.
Yeah, some people will say yes. Some people may disagree with that. But both of them leave with great, Heisman Trophy, freshman, All-American, all those things, but without the big national championship or the Final Four. And you just, it's such a team sport. You can have maybe the best player at your school's history at a position and still not reach the ultimate team prize.
Well, I was getting hammered on TikTok last night for a sentence I never thought I'd say.
So young.
For saying...
well, you have become addicted to TikTok.
I watch TikTok all the time. I do. The Chinese got me, man. But I was getting criticized for calling him. It was something Taylor had pulled from the show yesterday where I said one of the best players ever to wear an SEC uniform. And people were like, you cannot...
Talking about Brandon or Bryce?
Brandon.
Brandon.
People were like, you cannot put this guy in that conversation. One of the best SEC players of all time. Come on. I'm like, he led the conference in scoring as a true freshman.
Yeah, no, I think he is. I think for some people, the abbreviated one and done, they don't like to count that. If he would have gone on, closed the deal, been the mop in the Final Four, they would have won a national championship. I think it would have been slam dunk. But it is interesting because I think Bryce is the best I've seen play at Alabama. I think Brandon Miller is the best I've seen. And they didn't get to the Final Four. They didn't get to the college football playoff. It's got to be a really disappointing year for Alabama fans.
Yeah, no doubt. And that was my point in bringing both of those up. I would say what Brandon was able to do in the NCAA tournament.
Or was not able to do.
Yeah, or not able to do. May water that down some because being the best player performing at the biggest times oftentimes elevates you up. See a Joe Burrow, for instance.
Yeah. Or Carmelo Anthony, a Kimball Walker. Those guys, Danny Manning.
There's no doubt.
They
raise their game.
Their team.
Raise their game. And Auburn fans can attest to Carmelo Anthony. That guy almost single-handedly beat Auburn and won a national championship.
And so I think the potential was there for Brandon for that to happen, and it just didn't happen in this tournament. So I don't think he'll be remembered that way by SEC standards and maybe likelihood by Alabama standards as well. Our friends at Hemp Hill bring you the show. They're the ones that we trust to fix it right, and fix it the first time. Hemp Hill Services. They do it right, and they always do it at a fair price. If you get tired for overpaying to get plumbing work done, cooling work done on your cooling system, work done on your heating system, stop with the mess. Just use our friends at Hemp Hill, the trusted name in Birmingham since 1954. In business since 1954, which tells you how good they are at doing their business. Fair price. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. Adam and Chad and that team over there, they do it right. Stop wondering who you're going to call when you got plumbing problems, or stop wondering who you're going to call this summer when your air conditioning is not working. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. The phone number is 205-229-2090, and tell your neighbors 229-2090. Hemp Hill Services, the name you can trust.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
You guys. Back with you on the Next Round. Top of the hour, we'll talk a little experience at Talladega. We're about experiences here, and you get a chance coming up at Talladega very soon to enjoy that experience. And you can enjoy a great experience with our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. If you're tired of not seeing life clearly, Michelson Laser Vision can change that for you.
Yeah, again, I had the procedure done. Talked about this yesterday on the Next Round Cocktail Hour 20 years ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. If you wear the eye glasses or contacts, make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. You're going to get a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call today, 969-8100. Tell them the Next Round sent you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Daniel WP over there, 3 teams that have never been to the Final Four, and Shaka Smart is holding the Coach of the Year trophy. Do you guys think we should? Do you guys think we should wait until after the tournament, or does at that point does the tournament weigh too much into it?
I think Dusty May would be your guy 100%. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, this team was ranked pretty much all year,
right?
But I think it would have way too much weight on this.
I think it just depends on what do you value in college basketball. Do you value the regular season or the tournament? I think most people value the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, as an Alabama fan right now, who I thought for a second Rece Davis was going to jump on my bandwagon of claiming the AP basketball national championship.
I thought that's where he was going with that.
I did too. I was like, all right, let's go ahead and print the T-shirts, AP basketball national champs.
But if I voted right now and I looked and I said, first of all, Dusty May got Florida Atlantic to an 8-9 game. I mean, that's step one in his case. Like
just
normally,
the seeding for FAU.
Yeah, normally a Conference USA champion is going to be a 12, maybe a 12, a 13, or something like that. Where was UAB? Do you remember where they were last year?
I think they were in 11.
Were they in 11?
I thought they were 13.
I thought they were 13.
Well, they may have been. I mean, I'm just saying. I think I've seen UAB.
Because they played Houston. They might have been a 14.
Where was the Mike Anderson team? Were they in 11?
I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, Richard says they were 12, I believe.
All right, so anyway, 12 last year. So,
that's right,
I mean,
5-12.
Yeah, getting them in the 8-9 game, number one, that was huge. But then when you look at him in the Final Four, he won his conference championship. They won 30-some-odd games. I mean, if I voted right now, it'd easy be Dusty May.
Well, see, if I voted right now, I would still stick with Jerome Tang. I mean, I thought Jerome Tang in year one, where they were picked last in the Big 12, I mean, Florida Atlantic beat them, but it was a one-possession game. And Kansas State, you heard Rece say, man, they've got that Elite Eight jinx. They can't get over it.
Yeah, I mean, Sporting News with Rodney Terry. I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to argue with that one, too. I mean, he got them to the Elite Eight. They are up 13 in the Elite Eight with a chance to go to the Final Four as an interim coach.
And he's being introduced today as the permanent head coach at Texas. 5 years, $15 million. That's sort of a steal, right? $3 million a year?
Yeah, but I think it's almost, who am I trying to think of in football where they end up doing a good job, not as an interim.
Sam Pittman?
But they got somebody on the cheap. Pittman came to mind.
Shane Beamer, for one. Yeah, he just cashed in big, but Beamer was working for very little in college football coaching terms.
Yeah, Pittman did he did a very Arkansas-friendly contract and then cashed in a little bit on that. There was one other high-profile one that
I
did
don't remember. But I think Rodney Terry, if you would have told him, 6 months ago, you're going to be you're going to get National Coach of the Year recognition. You're going to lead a team to the Elite Eight, and you're going to get a $15 million contract.
Yeah,
Sign him up.
Ed Orgeron was on the cheap. His first year when he ascended.
Yep.
Then won the national championship and cashed in big time. Baseball starts on Thursday. I want to jump into some power ratings from our friends at The Athletic just to get you Braves fans fired up. But first, Brownie, tell us about the great folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Johnston RV Center is wanting you to know that every single weekend for you can be spring break. All right, you don't have to wait, for spring break to roll back around next year. Just make every weekend spring break with an RV from Johnston RV Center. Things like at the Coleman location, this is I-65 exit 304, the 2022 Shasta 19BH. The original MSRP on this was $39,472. Right now, $24,937. A payment of just $239 a month for 180 months, 8.99% financing, 10% down with approved credit. This is the bunkhouse model, the U-shaped dinette. It is at the 304 location in Coleman off I-65. See all their stuff also in Decatur at the 334 location. And always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, so as we roll on here, baseball season starting on Thursday. First of all, did y'all see the ejection? How do you say the Phillies catcher? JT Realmuto?
Muto, yeah.
I had it until you made me say it.
Realmuto.
Yeah, Realmuto.
Yeah.
That was a weird deal.
Yeah, the ejection yesterday, if you missed it, the umpire behind the plate, the last time on a foul ball, he had thrown the ball out to the pitcher. Usually you go by the preference on what the catcher and the pitcher want to do, but the umpire had thrown it out there. So there's another foul ball, and this comes it wasn't a foul ball. He had called a pitch clock violation on Craig Kimbrell, who does the former Brave, does the stretching and everything, and a long stare in. So they called a pitch clock violation. So Kimbrell then wanted a new ball, and he threw it in. So Realmuto throws his glove up, waiting for the umpire to set the ball in there, and without turning around. He pulls it back as the umpire's dropping the ball, and the umpire ejects him, thinking he's showing him up. I mean, Realmuto did not turn around. There's no way of knowing that he's pulling the glove back just to show up the umpire.
I'm watching right now. He's in shock that he's thrown out.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, it was not a message sent to them. This is normally the thing you see like mid-August.
Yeah, when everybody's hot. And it's been
a long year.
Irritable. You probably said something to me yesterday.
Yeah, the umpire's been on the road for months on end, hasn't seen his family. He's ready for the season to be over. It's 95 and 100% humidity at Fulton County State, or at Fulton County State, Truist Park.
Yeah, or on turf somewhere.
Yeah, he's ready to be done.
And by the way, this is probably the most respected catcher in the game right now.
Exactly. And he has his glove back for a while, and I guess he assumes that the umpire is just going to go ahead and throw it out there. And so he pulls his glove back right when the younger guy drops it. Umpire ejects him. That guy probably shouldn't start the season in the big leagues.
Worst things in sports is the umpire that's all all about himself.
Yeah, let's go back down to AAA and let's work on work on this part of your game here. Yeah.
But the Athletics power rankings that are out. LT, which conference in the NFL last year did you say was heavy?
AFC.
AFC, and you think it's going to stay that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, now, when you're talking about Chris Ballard, the general manager from the Colts, is really interested in Lamar Jackson. So if Lamar stays over there, I was going to be interested to see if he came to the NFC. But I mean,
if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets, it's only getting crazy. I did not know that the National League has turned into that for Major League Baseball. But as we get ready to go, the Astros, your defending world champions, is number one on the athletic power ranking, and just about everyone else. But the Braves are number two. So easy to say that the heavy projections will be a Braves-Astros World Series. They're your last two world champions.
But where are the Padres and Dodgers?
Okay, so here we go. To the point here.
Yeah,
Astros
and the Bats
one,
and the Phillies.
And then 2 is the Braves, 3 is the Padres, 4 is the Mets, 5 is the Phillies, and 7 is the Dodgers.
Wow.
So 5 of your top 7 teams are right there in the National League. We know how good the Phillies were last year, and they've only gotten better. There's the Dodgers 7th, and the Dodgers are dang good. but that's how good the Braves, the Padres, and the Mets are on paper. In between those, at 1 is Houston and 6 is Toronto. Now, that's it for the National League in the top 10. Cleveland's 8, Seattle is 9, and the Yankees are 10. By the way, don't sleep on the Yankees being 10. But here you go. It is Houston and Atlanta. Now, you're a Dodgers fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Tampa Bay Rays. We're not in the top 10. We're at 11. Brownie is a loose Nationals fan.
Loose.
29th.
Yeah, they're
for
awful.
the Nationals.
That's why you're a loose fan, because you have to watch the rebuild.
And Detroit is, Oakland is a 30th overall. And Oakland's payroll, $42.4 million. Aaron Judge wouldn't walk out of his locker for $42.4 million, and they're paying the whole team.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, isn't it? Yeah. I did want to ask Lance, what do you think? Where did the Mets were at what? They were
the Mets are fourth.
How much do you think their odds were hurt by the Edwin Diaz injury? I mean, losing a closer is a significant injury.
Yeah, but I still look at what you've got over in the National League. I mean, that is a huge loss for them. But number one, you had the Houston Astros, right?
Braves too.
Yeah.
Then Braves, Padres, Mets. Then Phillies.
I still think the Braves and Padres would have been in front.
Okay, so it really didn't hurt it that much.
No, probably not.
Then as we go to the top of the hour here, before LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's, we were wondering about Shohei Ohtani's inability to really master the English language yet, and his ability to do endorsements, and then we brought up on how many endorsements he probably does in Japan. Forbes lists him as the most making the most money in Major League Baseball.
So he ain't hurting.
$30 million in his salary, 1 year, $30 million left on his contract with the Angels. He'll make $65 million, counting endorsements, in 2023, passing Max Scherzer of the Mets at $59.3 and Judge, who has that big contract at $44.5 million. That's what those three will make just in 1 year.
Well, I didn't know that endorsements were included in that. When I saw the $65 million, I was just thinking out loud that this is, the highest paid guy in North American professional sports.
Yeah.
In front of Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and Steph Curry.
It factors in endorsements, and that's where a bulk of his contract comes now. But as I said, it's a 1 year, $30 million contract he's playing out with the Angels. He's about to cash in.
Name for me one thing you're 100% confident Max Scherzer endorses. And didn't you just tell me he's among the top three?
He's $59.3 million. He's number 2. I don't know how much of that is the salary.
But, it would be one of those commercials, Max Scherzer, they would have to say the name.
Like
because
Frank Thomas. You're Frank Thomas, former Major League All-Star.
Yeah. I would say, as Troy's pointing out, big market in New York there.
Oh, it is, but that's just kind of the point. Like, I'm completely unaware of anything he endorses.
And they do have such a TV market deal with the Yankees and Mets. It may just be all on their broadcast.
Maybe,
and I
don't know.
see them.
Hey,
but I
Max
can't think of
Scherzer
anything.
for Queens Lexus.
Yeah, but to me, I would probably go CBDs to calm down anger.
I don't
mean,
know.
He seems
I don't
like
know. I'm just saying. Yeah.
He seems like an angry guy to me.
I love him. He's a great guy. Great player.
All right. Top of the hour, a little Talladega racing experience. And then after that, a couple of college football notes I want to get to before we get to trash. All that's coming up on the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, again, Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. Also want to remind you, Bromberg's now, they are your official Oris jeweler. They introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded back in the Swiss town of Holstein in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, thing of beauty, designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. To see them, get into the Summit location or online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour of the show always brought to you by the wonderful folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew ready to go. We always tell you about your tailgating experiences. Why not take a little Champy's chicken on the road to Talladega this spring, right? Just load up on that southern fried chicken, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You can get all that to go, cater your parties, cater your tailgates, cater your trip to Talladega, or you're watching the Final Four. They'll do it all right there at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. 1 hour to go. Later, Namari Burnett's with us. In this hour, one more hour after this, but let's talk a little bit about Talladega right now.
Yeah, the Talladega Superspeedway, and before you know it, it'll be the Geico 500 weekend coming up Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to secure your spot there and get that garage experience presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in NASCAR. To talk all about that, track president Brian Crichton, friend of ours, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I know you're excited. There's a lot to cover here. First of all, I mean, I've talked to people who have done this garage experience, and they are blown away. You guys call it the best in NASCAR. I haven't been to all of them, but from what I've heard, people who know say this is it.
Yeah, I can tell you the other presidents from the other racetracks that have an infield experience like ours, they're all jealous when they get here at Talladega Superspeedway because they say it is the best without a doubt. So, I mean, the 35,000 square foot big bills where you can see the top 22 cars garage right there, the kids playground, the Tito's Lemonade Lounge, which is right across from the kids playground. Yep, that was strategically done so the parents can hang out in the Lemonade Lounge while they're watching their kids in front of the big jumbo TV. We got game zones, victory lane. I mean, it's all a part of it. So if you're coming out to Talladega Superspeedway, you've got to experience Talladega Garage experience.
I'll tell you, the first time I ever went to the garage in Talladega was probably a decade ago. And I was just blown away with how much detail and just how much activity is going on. And whether you're a casual NASCAR fan or a diehard fan, it really is fascinating behind the scenes.
It is, and that's the number one question we get is how can I get into the garages? And of course, we can't put everybody in the garages because it is a competition area, but we were able to build Talladega's experience around the garages. And so that way you can walk right into the garages. You got a 4-foot high fence that just separates you from the nose of the car by about 5 feet. You can see the drivers, the crew chiefs, the crews wrenching on the cars, doing all that stuff. So it immerses you into basically the locker room. And then, like I mentioned, too, just the kid zone and the game zones and all the other activities that happen inside there. It goes from the core, authentic, hardcore fan all the way down to the new fans. And we have value price concessions in there, too. So $2 hot dogs, $2 Coke products. I see Bud Light on the wall back there. So $4, 16 cans of Bud Light.
Yeah.
So you see a bunch of people double fisting those things.
Yeah.
But it's just a great experience down there, and I encourage everybody to come on out to Talladega and check it out.
I'm old enough to remember early on in the track's history, the promotion was, I think it was 11 races, 11 different winners, and I don't know how high it got, but we've had repeat winners at Talladega now. But I'm looking at the winners so far this year. Ricky Stenhouse wins at Daytona on a super speedway like Talladega, but you've had William Byron win a couple of races, Tyler Reddick winning last week. It does seem like, as wild as Talladega is, the whole sport seems to be wide open right now.
Yeah, it really is. And we saw that all through last year, too, with that next-gen car and how it kind of leveled the playing field to have 19 different winners. So we're expecting the same here at Talladega. A great race at Daytona for the 500. A tremendous race over at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where they now run the Super Speedway package, just like they do here at Talladega. So we're expecting another great race with another unbelievable finish for all 3 races we have during the weekend. And I'd keep my eye on Ryan Blaney. I think he's due for a win. And those Penske cars sure have been strong this year.
Oh, Ryan Blaney, an early mybookie.ag lean
That's right.
there.
Yeah,
Like
an early lean for Brian Crichton, Talladega Super Speedway track president. 877-GO-TODAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for tickets. We were there for the birth of the big one on the boulevard. We were there. I'll never forget it. We were there. Marty Smith was out there.
Yeah. Clint Boyer.
Clint Boyer was out there.
I
Kevin
think that
Harvick.
was the night Clint Boyer's broadcasting career blossomed.
It may have, because they brought us in with Marty. They're like, you and Marty are boys. Y'all come in and do the MC. Dunaway, I don't think Lance can make it. I
couldn't make it, yeah.
Yeah, so Dunaway and I held the microphone for about the first 3 minutes of the event, never saw it again.
Yeah, I literally said as we were leaving, I said, I've never been paid that much money to say that few words in my life.
Wait, we paid you?
Dang it.
It will be back. If you've never been to the big one on the boulevard, it is wild, and it is coming back Friday night, April 21st.
It is, yeah, and it really kicks off the party, of the weekend. So it's that Mardi Gras style parade that goes down Talladega Boulevard throughout our iconic infield, and then it stops right there in the intersection of 5 Points, and we have those games. And so you can go online right now and you can vote for the games that you want to see out here. Barbecue sauce wrestling is potentially out there. That was one of the very first.
Yep, saw it.
That's right. And so we're going back through some of the old traditional ones. It's just exciting to bring it back. It's exciting. The fans love it. The drivers are excited about it. We spent time down in the driver owners lot down in Daytona talking to all the drivers about it and getting them to come out on Friday night. So they're excited. So it's going to be a big show again on Friday night.
For any of the participants in the barbecue wrestling, what is the attire of choice?
Wow, that's a great question. So it's something that that you don't mind getting barbecue sauce all over. We do have showers that are out there too. So once they're done, they can shower off right there in the game area. But it's Talladega infield, so it's pretty much a tire of your choice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one guy had on nothing but Copenhagen cans. To this day, Marty Smith brings that back up. There was a dude whose entire it was basically a tank top and shorts made out of Copenhagen cans. And Marty started.
How does that stick?
I don't know. Marty started calling him the Copenhagen Warrior. Yep. And he did a belly flop in the barbecue pit, in the barbecue sauce pit at the end of the whole thing.
Of course he did.
Yeah, of course he did.
Right?
Yeah. Sober.
That's one of those iconic pictures that we have. So once we're done here, I'll send you guys that iconic picture so you can see it and you can share it with all of your listeners.
Yeah, we'll remind people of that. That guy was into it.
Okay, just to show everybody the reputation of Talladega Superspeedway, we're at Louisville this past week, and we're doing our show at O'Shea's up in Louisville. And Patrick O'Shea's, one of the family members of that, had started tuning into our show because we were going to be up there, and he brought up Talladega with us. And Brownie and him were talking about the Talladega experience, and you were there. The guy just loves Talladega.
This guy's a restaurant owner in Louisville and comes down all the time. And I may need to talk to you off the air because I told him we could hook him right up when he came down here, Brian. So, no, but I mean, it just shows you how far-reaching Talladega is.
Absolutely. We'll have all 50 states that'll be represented here in about 3.5 weeks, in 22 different countries that'll come out to Talladega Superspeedway. So we turn into the 5th largest city in the state of Alabama. We've got the busiest airport in the state of Alabama during our race weekend with all the private jets coming in and out. We are world known. I joke around and I say Eric Church doesn't write songs about enter XYZ racetrack here. He writes them about Talladega Superspeedway.
That's a good point. He does do that. All right. You can see everything that's going on the weekend, and there is a lot. The garage experience, the tickets, all the races right there. It is the Geico 500 weekend, which is Friday, April 21. The big one on the Boulevard is that night. Some races on Saturday, and then the big one on Sunday, the Geico 500. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. I tell people all the time, even if you're not a NASCAR fan, if you live in this area, you need to go to Talladega once for a race. It is unlike anything you've ever seen. So I will make that plea again. Brian, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
Yeah, a couple things. We have Cole Swindell on Saturday night, too, as our Saturday night concert. So it's going to be a big concert inside of our infield. So if you have a Sunday ticket, you can show that Sunday ticket after Saturday track activity and come into our iconic infield, enjoy the concert, and then walk the boulevards. And we've got a whole bunch of other special surprises that are coming inside of our infield as well. Our display is going to be packed, so don't just come out for the race. Come out for the entire day. Come out for the weekend. We have free campgrounds as well, so we're the only NASCAR track that has free campgrounds. We've got one that's in our North Park by I-20, South Park, family free, and then also a West Park too. So, and one more thing, Brownie. I was trying to get a race tire on top of this, but happy birthday. I understand it's your birthday.
Thank you, Brian. How
Happy birthday to you.
That is so kind of you to do that. I appreciate it. I'm going to be there in April. Save the cupcake. I'll come to your office and eat it in April.
Yeah.
All right, come on.
He actually for his birthday would need some passes now for the guy in Louisville.
We'll discuss that later. Yes, we'll discuss that.
We'll take care of you and your friend in Louisville.
Thank you, Brian.
Hopefully
Always
you got
good talking to you.
Bud Lights for it.
Take care.
Right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man. That is Brian Crichton, the president of the Talladega Superspeedway. How nice of him to do that. Respond in kind by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA and get your tickets now.
Boy, he was rattling off that beverage menu.
Yeah,
he was. New pricing and everything.
That Big Bill's is crazy, though. I don't know if you've been since they built that. Man, that place is wild.
All right, so you got the ticket information there. He lets slip out that it's Brown's birthday today. Happy birthday, Brownie.
Thank you, boys. It's the
big one, isn't it?
Always good to no, it is not. There's no significance to this one other than it's another year around the sun, but it is always good to celebrate another one.
Absolutely.
And I would not want to celebrate with anybody other than my family and you guys.
Well,
who are family to me.
That's what I was hoping you were going to say.
Well,
are we not family?
My legal family and you guys who are like family.
Well, do you have plans tonight?
Other than watching UAB at 8:30 in the NIT.
Of course. My oldest is out of town, and my youngest is with my parents, who I think are going to...
So, yes. Check.
The kids have been out of town. You noticed I was in a hurry to get back from Louisville, didn't you?
I got you there.
Kids have been out of town for the weekend, so we've had some fun, Jennifer and I, and I think we're meeting my parents for dinner tonight to pick up my little one, bring her back home. So that's my plan. Pretty low-key. You know me, I'm not one for big celebrations.
Once you get to there's certain milestone birthdays that are really good, but the other ones, once you get to a certain age, they just
16, 21.
Yep,
that's it.
And I am
because you don't. I mean, when you hit 30, you're like, holy hell, I'm just turned 30 years old. When you hit 40, same thing, 50.
And I know y'all think I am putting this on. I really am not. Yesterday, Jennifer and I, we were driving out to our buddies at Alfa Romeo. She's test driving a Stelvio. We're probably about to make change for her. And we were headed out there, and we were trying to organize the schedule, which we often do when we're together in the car, like, okay, tomorrow this, this, and this. And we were talking about my parents bringing Hallie back, and she said, well, they'll probably want to come here, right, because it's your birthday. And I was like, I'd completely forgotten my birthday's tomorrow. I really had. I'd completely forgot it. That's I just don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about it.
Truthfully, we had planned on basically packing up today and eventually heading to Houston.
That's true. That's a good point.
We'd all forgot everything. But ends up we're all free this week.
That's right. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, really. I mean, I've made alternative plans, but when were we planning? I was trying to tell somebody when we were leaving. Was it
after the Thursday show?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was going to leave after the Wednesday show to drive down. And remember, I let it not be lost.
You and I just had to get to the airport. Yeah.
Yeah. Let it not be lost. That I volunteered to drive down.
Yeah,
so that needs to be a mark in the book that I volunteered to drive down.
Yeah, the Ford Martyr. Jim driving the 2023 Ford Martyr.
Yeah. All right. Tell us about our friends at Precision Sports LT, and then we'll get into some football information.
You say Precision?
Precision Sports.
So I was just reading something on Magic Johnson. No, his group
Speaking
is
of Braille's
actually,
birthday.
they're making a bid on the Commanders.
Yeah, his group is maybe the leading candidate now for the Commanders.
2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic. You injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Maybe just paining your knees from getting up off the couch. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jeff says, so with Namari Burnett going to the portal, is he going to be fired during the segment today? No, not at all. Namari's with us till the end of the tournament, which will be one more appearance, right? This isn't the last appearance.
Yeah, he'll give us his thoughts on the Final Four in the national championship game. And so, one more after this one.
And again, I think it's 50-50 he comes back.
Yeah, I don't think it's a guarantee he's going at all.
Well, Jeff's a big Alabama fan. He's already trying to fire him here in the segment. We're really bad at firing guests, so no, Namari will stay with us.
You've learned nothing else. You've learned that.
All the way until the end. UAB and Utah Valley tonight, 8:30 on ESPN2. Some college football notes here that I found interesting from yesterday. First of all, there are some injuries out there, and spring injuries don't bother me that much. Auburn DB J.D. Rim, who played in 12 games last year, had some tackles. I think Mississippi State was his best game for Auburn last year. He is injured, and Hugh Freeze says he's going to miss the remainder of the year. Auburn's getting ready for their first scrimmage, and I thought this was interesting from Hugh yesterday as well. Like the running backs, quarterbacks are rarely live. Running backs are not going to be live either in this first scrimmage. He says, in fact, it will be some contact, but he doesn't think the team's ready for contact yet. He's still working on alignments and competitive attitudes and that kind of thing. So it'll be a different first scrimmage for Auburn when they get to that. And then there's Zach Arnett at Mississippi State, who you guys would agree is in a very tough situation, right?
Well, I mean, yes, he's replacing a coach that passed away while he was the head coach. There's no, as my wife likes to say, there's no grid for that one. I don't have a grid for that. I don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah, and since Dan Mullen was at Mississippi State, the expectations are different.
Yeah,
and our friend Matt Wyatt, who does color for Mississippi State, who does his podcast on basically Mississippi sports and specifically Mississippi State. He talked about how well respected, like as a defense coordinator, it was one of the great hires for Mike Leach to bring that guy from San Diego State. But Matt told us this guy is a budding star and ultimately was going to be a head coach at the Division I level sooner than later.
But he's also now having to basically retool the offense.
That's what I'm getting to. He's 36 years old, and his quote this week is they're in the middle of their spring. I'm not trying to duplicate Mike Leach. And he's like, think about that. Me trying to duplicate Mike Leach. Quote, no chance in hell.
Yeah.
No chance in hell.
There'll never be another one of those.
He's got to do it his way, right?
Yeah, he does.
So it's not going to be Mike Leach's way, and you can't just pick up Mike Leach's play calling and what a genius he was at play calling and stuff and expect Zach Arnett to hire somebody to do it that way. So he's doing it differently. And I hope Mississippi State fans are patient with him because there likely will be a transition year or two to sort of transform into something else. But I think Zach Arnett is a guy that deserves a little grace in this transition couple of years.
Yeah, I agree. I would have to think that Mississippi State fans would understand the difficult circumstances in which he took the job and the way he's trying to change the program. I do think Will Rogers becomes an interesting study this year. This is a guy who was on pace to be statistically one of the greatest quarterbacks in SEC history, statistically again. But in that different offense, what does he look like, Lance? I mean, there are a lot of times where that air raid quarterback, the completions are all over the field for that guy.
Yeah, I still think he is such an accurate guy. I mean, last year completed 68% of his passes, didn't turn the football over, only 8 picks.
In fact, in a different system now, his stock may go up.
Absolutely, because, when you look at Will Rogers, obviously he was labeled as a system quarterback. But, I mean, the kid's – he's not undersized. He's not big, but he's 6'2", over 200 pounds.
He'll be fascinating to watch in a different system just because of that, to see if he was just a guy that benefited from the air raid or if he's a legit pro prospect at a quarterback.
But he slings it around.
He does. They're not afraid to throw.
610 attempts last year, 683 attempts his sophomore year.
Yeah. By the way, over in the chat room, we love you guys. In your comments there, Pritch Law, Bama fan, LOL, not ready for contact in D1 football. I mean, in the Ross Dellinger story on Hugh Freeze, Hugh's very honest, quote, we have a ways to go to close the talent gap. And if you've watched Auburn the last 2 years, but specifically last year, their roster very different than the best of the best in the SEC. So he's got to replace that. Troy, Auburn fan, making a great point of where Hugh said last week that Holden Gerner took a big step last week in a search for a quarterback.
Well, it seems like a wide open job right now.
Yeah, Holden Gerner is the most heralded quarterback recruit they had in recent years, and he is the guy that is trying to take a step forward. To hear everything on Auburn football, Justin Hokanson, Auburn Live, on our show yesterday, and that is podcasted wherever you get our audio or video podcast for you right there. 151 days away from week 0 of college football. All right, when we come back, we will get to trash, and then Namari Burnett will join the show to talk a little Alabama basketball and what's left in the NCAA tournament. We're glad to have you along for the day. UAB and Utah Valley tonight at 8:30 on ESPN2, with the winner going to the NIT championship out there in Las Vegas. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're back in a second on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, our friends at Way to Wellness bring you part of the show today. You know how great Leslie and her board-certified team are. They're fantastic at Way to Wellness.
You know, I went by the other day to pick up more bars because I've been on hiatus, but now that we are getting to beach/pool season, it's time to go on there.
Wow, so you're at the age now you start to worry about taking your shirt off. You were laughing.
You were laughing
at me about the calendar.
I have always been conscious about that. I mean, the only time you'll ever see me, and a lot of times you'll see me in a rash guard, you won't see me shirtless.
You did a whole freaking show shirtless one time.
Yeah, tattoos on.
But I mean, that was in character. I had to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Leslie and her board-certified team will start working on this body right now to have us ready just in case I lose the bracket challenge next year, because I feel like this calendar thing may pop back up again next year. You can jumpstart your weight loss with Leslie and her team by going to their website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. So nothing out of pocket to find out what they can do for you with our friends at Way to Wellness. Again, that website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Again, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation's free at aplanforme.com. Brownie.
Breaking news in the college basketball transfer portal.
Oh, no.
This one surprises me a little bit. If I told you Purdue center Zach Edey is in the transfer portal, would you be surprised?
Yeah.
I don't want him.
7-4.
You know what's going to happen now,
Why
right?
would you not want him?
He's going to end up either at Auburn, UAB, or Alabama.
I mean, you don't really have to build an offense around him.
You would want him and play like...
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you think about a rim protector. It's 7'4".
Okay.
He's got soft hands.
So what you're saying is I could have Zach Edey but not have to play the way Purdue
That's right.
plays.
No,
Okay.
You don't base your entire offense on him.
Yeah, I mean, you could still have a perimeter-oriented offense. You know, it's tough to run with a guy like Edey because he is a little slow of foot. But, I mean, he's created a lot differently than any other hoopsters out there right now.
Yeah. No, that's big news.
Yeah, he is taking over Caleb Love. I don't know what's going on, and maybe he just feels like
What does that tell you about Purdue?
Well, I mean, I said this, and I don't know if it's fair or not, but because of the tournament failures, because as we said earlier in the show, you are judged about success in this tournament, and Purdue hasn't had it. I like Matt Painter, the guy. We had him on when he was Southern Illinois' coach. But for whatever reason, they just can't get past it. And he recruits to bigs. I mean, that is what he runs. And you just wonder if there's pressure on Painter. And I don't know, maybe Edey just wants to show off his skill set under a different coach.
Time out. I've got Matt Mosley has been duped. Matt Mosley retweeted this from Jeff Borzello. Matt has been duped by a fake account. I'm going to have to text Mosley here. He's going to need to undo. He's going to need to undo what he just did. Now, to be fair, the way Mosley tweeted it, I couldn't tell it was a fake account until I started.
And by the way, I thought Edey was going to possibly be a lottery guy.
Yeah, to the NBA.
Well, but what's his NBA role?
I don't know. See, bigs are so different because
I know.
You know, Jokic and Embiid are the best, but they can stretch it, they can handle it, they can do everything. And Edey's more of an old school guy.
Yeah. Just don't text Mosley. Let's send him a video. Shoot us a video. Give us a selfie video real quick. Let's all get on Mosley real quick.
Okay. Hang on. Here we go.
You know how to?
Yeah. Yes, Jim. I do know how to do a selfie video. All right.
Video. Ready? Hop in here.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Hey, so we're live doing our show, Mosley.
What's up, Mosley?
You've been in the business way too long to get duped.
Yeah, don't get duped like that, man. That's not the real Jeff Borzello. All right, there you go.
I can't believe there's a fake Jeff Borzello.
I know, really. What a waste of
There was
time.
a fake me one time. I don't know if you guys remember that.
There was a
And
fake me
Lunsford
one
had-
time.
Lunsford had to get involved because Kristen Saban had blocked me, and I'd never said a word about it.
Yeah.
Kristen Saban, of all people.
Well, somebody, I think, just wanted my account to go after Kristen Saban about
All right, I
something.
texted that Mosley. We'll see.
It was a fake me one time, and people were posting women's feet and stuff like that.
I did hear Kristen listens to the show, so shout out, Kristen, if you listen.
Yeah, unblock Lance. This is the real Lance Taylor.
Well, no, the real Lance isn't blocked, right?
Yeah, the real. I don't know if I am anymore. I'll check that. But I mean, I'd love to. I think she does some kind of podcast or something. We'd love to get her on.
Yeah, no, I would love to have her do a podcast for us. It'd be fantastic. She has great insight into a variety of things, just like we usually do on things not sports related. We put those things in trash. Rockstar, hit the big button.
57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess. She means beer. Don't put me on YouTube. God.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, shout out to Jeff for sending that open to us via our next round email. He sent that to us, and it was a TV station in Philadelphia back on St. Patrick's Day. If you missed it there, awkward moment.
I can't find Kristen Saban, so I don't know. Do you?
I don't think she's on Twitter anymore.
It means you're blocked.
Yeah.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, if you can't find her. Yeah.
Well, no, they're saying she's not on Twitter anymore, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. Well, again, hopefully she's listening, and hopefully she will get in touch somehow, and we'll get her on the air. Bet Nick would love that, right?
Sure.
Hey, buying a home.
While we're doing Justin Timberlake and Tiger Woods also.
Yeah,
if
they
you
can
guys
jump
would
on.
like to join us at any point.
Same level.
Yeah, kind of.
We probably wouldn't get as many views as we will with Kristen with those two.
That's true. Hey, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit the locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I am going back and forth with Tanner right now on some stuff.
What in the... Oh, no.
This has never happened.
I don't know what to tell you all, but this is going to be ear-piercing.
No, what's weird is I said you guys want to do a fire drill earlier.
You
remember?
did say that, Lance.
I mean, how long have we done this show? We've never had a fire.
This is we're at 20 months in, and this is the first time this has ever happened
I was
during the
going to
show.
go take a look for smoke. You guys keep going.
Well, it's your segment. Why don't I go take a look for smoke?
Go look for smoke.
You're
All
right. I will tell you this as we get going. We may be the only show ever that has a listener who wants to help Brown with the Testicle Festival. What? Chris writes in. He's the one that suggested Testicle Festival. And he says, Brown, if you need any help planning out your Testicle Festival, let him know and he'll help. That's a little out of context if you're reading that on the show here. That's hurting my ears. Is it bad on the air?
Hold my other one. I can't.
That is awful.
Oh, you got your own in there.
Oh yeah, it's in here too.
Yeah.
So everybody looking forward to summer?
I mean, I don't even know if I go ahead with trash right now.
Yeah. Come on in, Taylor, shooting this for social
You know what
media.
the first story is? I swear to God, I can't make this up.
No way.
Austin Fire Department has arrested a man accused of setting a downtown Austin historic building on fire while trying to make nachos.
That's amazing that this story has popped up right here.
Now, the Austin Fire Department said that John Banks, 32, arrested Tuesday, March 21st after allegedly setting a building on fire. This happened just after midnight Tuesday, March 21st, just a few blocks from the state capitol. Brent, I don't know if you heard this. The first story is about a guy burning a building down in Austin.
Rockstar.
Yeah. Fire drill.
Yeah, Rockstar. You staged this.
Well, look at the guy's hair.
I know.
That's some hair, man.
He's got some thick hair. Now, according to the arrest affidavit, Banks was staying in the abandoned building without permission. He admitted that he tried to light a bag of chips on fire because he thought it would be a good way to cook nachos. Banks said he caught his bed on fire, tried to put the fire out, left the building. When he
man.
returned, there
Should
was
never
a
eat
fire on the
bed.
second floor. Damages, $1 million.
Yikes. How much of that are you on the hook for when you set the fire?
I think all of it.
Yeah. Okay. Flashing lights continues.
That flashing light will blind
It
you.
will, but we can deal with that more than we
Yeah.
can the
Yeah.
fire alarm.
Hey,
I think the building is safe.
It's an upset. That's good. That's good. I think the
Well,
building
no,
is safe.
I mean, I walked out in the hall where it is 10 times louder than it is in this studio with that alarm. And a lot of people were walking out with their purses.
Yeah, well, that's an excuse to get out.
I know. That's what I said. I said, there can't be a fire. Y'all are just going to lunch early. And they're like, yeah, that's it.
My buddy Johnny texts me and says, dang, I missed the upset alert.
It's still going, buddy. It's still going.
We don't need them!
Don't jump the script. Don't jump the script.
New York man allegedly entered a daycare center in Clarkston while it was closed. Stole diapers and formula, left notes behind indicating he wanted to pretend to be a baby girl.
Oh, wow.
Police say they took Daniel Sealer, 65, into custody on February 18th, shortly after he ran out of the back door of the Inspire Learning and Child Care. Now, the center's director told police an employee found $120 along with a handwritten note on January 30th asking if the daycare had adult-sized diapers and if the staff would, quote, play along. The director says they immediately contacted law enforcement upon discovery of the break-in, decided to install a surveillance camera. Director said a similar note was found the following Monday along with $200. After receiving an alert that the security system had activated Saturday morning, the director said she arrived at the center to find someone had gone through the children's diaper bins and left another note and money.
Yuck.
Now, the director said the note included sizes for pants, shoes, bras, and dresses, with the man indicating he'd like to play as a baby girl and called himself Baby Danielle. She said she later found someone drank half a bottle of formula, used a bib, and stole 3 diapers.
You got to drink the whole bottle, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
hey,
just
if you're going to do it
half-assed.
serious.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's not like we're posing for magazine covers again. There's not a photographer here
There's
snapping
paparazzi
shots.
everywhere.
Yeah. It's like we're walking the red carpet. Suck it in, Brown. Suck it in.
Little T said she's going to check it out for us.
Okay, good. Yeah, somebody asked you.
Well, Frank Brown still were probably okay.
Well, I went out in the hall, Rock. So there was no smoke.
Yeah,
Fire rises, smoke rises. It's going to be on our floor if it's anywhere, wouldn't you think?
Taylor also says she doesn't want a medal or anything. She's going to run and check it out for us.
So it was actually a pretty funny reaction from people. Somebody said, did Matt Mosley pull the alarm?
Yeah.
Somebody, Lutzford says, I'm out. I can't go this way.
JJ says, I actually identify as a fire alarm.
J. Mose says, if this is the way it is, thanks for everything next round. Steven says, anybody else assume the back row is already at their cars?
Oh, wow. Taylor says smoke is actually coming out of the elevator, which if there's a fire on the second or third floor,
oh, yeah.
it
All
would
right,
come
I need
up.
to go check that out. What do y'all want to do?
Yep.
Hang on. I'll go check it out. Keep doing trash.
Okay, we'll do a better job checking it out the second time.
I can't leap off the 4th floor.
Nope.
Yeah, so this is...
Oh, no, I'm afraid of heights.
Well, I'll tell you what we would have to do, and this would be a Rambo move, and I don't know if any of us would make it. We
cover
would
ourselves in beer, Bud
No,
Light?
we would have to throw chairs through the windows and jump into the tree. It's going to be a bad
A
landing.
tree that's like 90 feet tall. Those are huge trees.
I know, but I mean, there's not another way. You can't jump on a concrete.
I don't think there's a limb out there that would support me. It's not the best tree in the world.
So if we've got 2 exits on the stairwells, right?
Yeah. I'm going to the roof and hoping for a helicopter rescue.
Ooh, I don't know if I do that.
Yeah, I'm for the trees.
Yeah.
I'll monkey it down.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep going.
That long, sad pause from Lance when he thinks it may be real. I mean, if there's a chance it's real, we can toss the break, guys, and come back.
Okay. I got an update. All right, so you could smell smoke in the hallway. I'm going to go ahead and tell you could smell smoke. Now, there is not smoke in the hallway. There is not smoke coming out of the elevators. Taylor just reappeared in the lobby and said downstairs there was smoke coming out of an elevator. And everybody else in the building is out in the parking lot right now. So I don't know what to tell you guys to do here. I think we're safe. Again, Rockstar does not let me use the word think, but I think we're safe.
Listen, I'm the oldest. I've had a great life. Why don't you guys just leave my bike on and I'll talk to the end. I'll be the old couple in Titanic. I'll be the old.
Kept playing.
Yeah, I agree with Pritchlaw. If you smell it, it's there.
It's the way I want to go.
Dunaway's going to be the old couple in the Titanic.
I do think I will run down to the parking lot and check this out.
This is your set.
Just spoon me. Oh, no.
That's what he always wanted. That's what he's always wanted.
It's going to be a bad way to go. I would suggest you having 2 quick bourbons. You'll pass out. You'll never know the difference.
If I'm going to go, I'm not going to go Spoon and Dunaway. I can promise you that. You know what my big concern is here is that it's going to knock the air conditioner out. It's going to get hot in here.
Yeah, fire's not. I can deal with fire, but no air conditioning.
Well, the fire's going to be hot enough.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin's right. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Just saying.
I've heard that saying my whole
Okay,
life.
why don't we take a break, and I'm going to sprint downstairs.
Well, what are we going to do about Namari Burnett?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll get him on at 12 o'clock.
Well, he's 11:45. Well, we can't get downstairs and back. Why don't you? Do you want me to go downstairs? Taylor came back up, so she can't be that scared.
No.
Yeah, you can't rattle Taylor though.
Y'all
really?
go. Y'all
I
go.
mean, guys, if there were
I
a
will do
serious
Namari Burnett.
If there were a serious, I don't trust you
Okay.
to ask the right question.
I'm gonna do.
All right.
I'm gonna do two more stories.
Sorry,
okay?
Ted Koppel.
Do two more stories.
So, Rockstar, keep the employee that got busted smoking and the Gwyneth Paltrow rectal ozone therapy. We'll get back to those tomorrow.
Okay.
So, you guys remember the huge Powerball winner this past year? Who won the most ever? It was, how much was it, Rocky? Oh, he did the lump sum payment of $997 million. Well, just after days on closing on a mansion in the Hollywood Hills, the winner of the largest Powerball jackpot in history has purchased another luxury home to the tune of $4 million. Now, earlier this year, Edwin Castro purchased a Hollywood Hills luxury complex for $25.5 million. Now he's got a 4,361 square foot Japanese-inspired modern home built in 1953. This sounds pretty cool. It's got a manicured. I smell smoke now.
I mean,
quick break here, Namari Burnett. When we come back, that's Trash Today, brought to you by.
I'm going to check it out.
Oh, yeah, I smell it bad. Mortgage Right. Again, visit the locations 280 Birmingham Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, quick break here. Back in a second on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Okay, Namari Burnett scheduled to be with us here, but he is not going to be able to join us. I poured a beer because I thought I was going to be here until the end, which technically I may be. As Meatbag says in the chat room, yes, fire alarm going off, but by all means finish your mortgage right read. But we have officially been ordered to leave the building by the police department. Fire department. So we are going to have to evacuate the building, but don't go anywhere. And Jeff is right. This is exactly the way it ends. I'm finally 10 stakes up, but I won't get to 10 stakes because I don't survive this. But we're about to, for everybody's safety, evacuate the building. We're going to get onto a Zoom video real quick, and we're going to keep the show going on a remote situation. Let me know when you guys are up on Zoom, and we'll switch over to that, and we'll do that. I will tell you right now, as we do that, this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're tuning in to see Namari, then we cannot bring you that today because we're under a fire alert here, and we're about to evacuate the building. Brownie, can Brownie hear us? Okay. Can we hear Brownie? Pot him up. Brownie?
Yep.
Okay.
We're leaving the building.
Brownie, you have the show now, and
all right.
I'm going to leave.
Can we come back in? Lance at the fire department told us to leave.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. No, I got you. I was just telling Kelsey we
Okay.
got to leave. Fire department told us to evacuate the building.
Okay, we're walking. Is it legal is it open container outside of? Can I bring my beer?
Yes, it is open container.
Okay.
All right. So I'm live on the show, right?
God bless you.
All right.
Okay, we lost Brown there for a little bit on the connection. Brownie, you get out of the hallway. I'm going to stay here until you get out of the hallway. Out
Okay.
of the stairwell. Brownie's still walking.
Well, there is a.
Dang, Brown. How many staircases?
There's
Okay,
a
he's
significant
heading
amount
outside.
of
He should be
smoke out
good.
here. I gotta be honest with you. Can you hear me now? We're good. I hope not.
Wait, should I go get my
You might want to. All right. We're out now. I think we're live on the show. Here's Lance. So we're outside. So sorry about not bringing you Namari Burnett, but obviously we can't control what's going on here. So, all right, I'm outside live now. Here comes Lunsford. He's out. I'm going to try to flip my camera around. There we go. That's better. So obviously, Birmingham Fire and Rescue is here. I hear more sirens in the distance. So they're coming back. Lunsford's here with me now. There was significant smoke in the lobby, Lunsford.
It was.
I was surprised when I got in.
Like fire.
Yeah, it does smell like fire. Sprinklers are going to be bad news for us, by the way. I got news for you. Very bad news. Well, I think we're insured. I hope. Obviously, we might have some days off coming up. I'm trying to put something in my bag here. I at least gathered some things of importance. All right, there we go. We're good. I gathered some things of importance. Here comes Rockstar and Lance and Taylor and Jim and Kelsey. Rockstar is spitting. Was the fire that bad, Rockstar?
No, I had a loogie. I had a loogie.
What's your take on this situation here?
It smells like a burning wire.
It does smell like an
It
electrical
doesn't
fire.
smell like smoke. Fire.
Yeah. Dunaway, Tyler, Kelsey, everybody's out safely.
What lives do we need to do?
Gutter cap. Gutter cap.
Hey,
Can you do gutter cap?
Yeah, I can. I can see the building here is not capped, but
Yeah.
cap it, don't snap it. 8232212.
patent aluminum cover system, fits over most existing gutters. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now. 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. GutterCapBirmingham.com.
Wow, that is incredibly impressive that Lance could do all of that from memory.
We can never do this thing all the time. We can never just go to the parking lot and still do the show.
That's true. I mean, but we're still kicking, right?
We're still kicking.
For whatever
All right.
reason, let's ask lunch with this.
Okay.
If the sprinkler system
Well,
was
we
to
were
go
just
on-
discussing that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're screwed.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it raining, Taylor? Oh. Taylor, you were first down to the fire situation. What was your observation when you first came down?
I got down here and the fire department was walking in, and I was standing out here trying to figure out what was going on, and then walked in behind them to come back up there. I don't think that they were happy with me walking back into the building, but I came to get my people. So
Look at you, no man left behind.
no
right,
man
T?
left behind. The show must go on.
I love it, T. T's right. I think I just got a raindrop on me.
Yeah, or it could be that south.
All right.
I would tell you that our friend Jesse Simonton wrote a story about if you're doing the Pac-12 coaching power rankings in football, who do you give it to?
Do you?
Kyle Whittingham?
Well, Whittingham's right up there, but I think Whittingham still hasn't been to a college football playoff, and Lincoln Riley's been before. So I would go Lincoln Riley. I go Kyle Whittingham. Kalen DeBoer is already making noise, but I'm trying to think of more established guys. Who am I forgetting right now? Deion Sanders, not yet.
Not Brian yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's our Slice college football question of the day, brought to you by Slice.
It's local pizza, it's local ingredients. We were talking about it earlier. I had dinner there on Saturday night.
Last night for me.
Had dinner there last night. I went with the Hot Mama. We had the super cheese. He's a big soul pie guy.
Love the soul pie.
The late Jeff Bajaya, love him to death. God bless him. His brothers keep a legacy going, which is Slice, both Jason and Chris. 4 great locations. The original in Lakeview. There's one in Vestavia. There's one in Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Hey, can you hold this and I'll pull up my iPad here and I can get the chat report.
Yeah, here's the scene. I'll go back to my news day.
Yeah.
Thank
Tell
you,
us what
Sherry.
you see, Tim.
Thank you, Sherry. We're out here at the Blue Lake Center. As you can tell, a very beautiful mirrored building that we work at.
On TV. Next round. Yeah.
A beautiful facility. Look at this place we work.
Yeah.
What a beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Look at this. I don't know if you've ever seen the outside building. But look how beautiful. Yeah. Yeah.
We got some
Almost-
coworkers out here.
I almost
not
brought us a beer. Brownie's about to pull up something.
I'm pulling up the chat room.
Okay. We'll get comments from the chat room in just a second. This hour of the show was brought to you by our friends at Champy's right there on Highway 119. Here's Taylor taking a picture of the group outside. I've never noticed how beautiful our building is. It really is a beautiful
All
building.
right. I got the chat room up.
Shout out to the Birmingham. Well, it's usually dark when I come in, right? Sorry.
Let's see. Connor says, did you leave Suttles in there by himself doing Batman Bourbon? No.
He's not here yet.
Stacy says, how much booze is in the building? It's flammable, right?
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
Our suite in particular.
Yes.
I know. Yeah.
We may want to warn the Birmingham Fire Department of the number of alcohol bottles that are up on the 4th floor.
They're good. We found where it started. Let's see. Ruffle says, saving private next round. That was good. I like that one. Landmine Believer is Dunaway really trying to get back on sports. You know, Jim. Gotta get back on sports.
Thanks, Jerry. You can see here the Birmingham Fire Department has responded with one truck. Right now, no ladder truck, which is always important. And I'm looking at the sky. The helicopter that brings and drops water and fire retardant is not in the air. So I would put this right now. What is the lowest rung of the
This is
alarm?
a level. This is a one alarm.
One alarm.
Well, I mean, we only got one fire truck here. And I've been here when the alarm gets set off by accident, and there'll be 4 or 5 trucks come up. So this is pretty low here. I don't think the fire department's really concerned.
Smelled electrical.
But it did smell electrical. They did evacuate us from the building.
But I will tell you, they were not very nice about us still being in there.
Oh, they got up there while y'all were there?
No, they never got to us. But when we were walking down, you could
sense that they were not happy with the looks they gave us. So.
Hey,
What's up,
fire,
fella?
man? What's up?
Love the show.
You guys want a hat, T-shirt?
Oh yeah, we're gonna lose all our merch too. Jason says, "Did anybody save the keg?" Well, Lance was the first man out. Left us
He's
all
gonna check it out.
Yes.
I never heard back from him.
He called me at least and said, "Hey, we got to get out of the building." So no, I don't think the keg has been saved. At least, okay. There you go. Thanks, Lance.
Hold on, wouldn't it make more sense to flip it? So I can,
Yeah, you just do
how
whatever.
do I flip it? Okay. Okay, there you go.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Goose says, "Seemed like this would be better in a car." Do you think we need to go to?
Choose to have the flyer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry we did not plan this one out, Goose. Yeah, this is our first time doing this. This is my first time. I'm sorry.
With that in mind, we could, you know, where it'd be better right now? It would be better than you ride from Johnson RV Center right there, 2 locations.
Third period. Yeah. 5 Johnson RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Make every single weekend spring break, man. You don't have to wait for spring break to roll back around. Every weekend can be spring break at Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Taylor, did you ever think you'd have this much fun at work?
Never.
They prepare you for this in college?
No.
Ruffle 15 says, start interviewing people from other businesses, see how much they listen to the show. Do that. What is Rockstar doing?
Stop.
Yeah, I think people are. Y'all leaving? Bye. Windshield wiper fluid.
Was fun working with you?
Yeah.
That's not gonna do it. Windshield wipers a little too. That's not gonna do it.
Hey, lunch? Wait a minute. Okay, we're back. We're back. Let's see.
Have to sacrifice to get it back on.
Yeah. Chris says, "What in the hell? I'm away for an hour and they burned the building down." Yep.
Should be noted it's not Lance's fault.
Connor says, "Getting all the spots in is savage." How many went left? By the way? Do you remember the 4 downs?
I would think on it. I would do 4 down.
Well, let's wait till the next hour.
Next season.
Yeah, that's a tease. Coming up next hour, 4 downs.
Hey, in the final hour, LT will do 4 downs and everything. But right now, Brown can tell you about our friends at Alabama
I
Power.
just did it live. We're gonna space these out a little bit. I literally
It doesn't bother you guys in a normal show.
out here in the parking. Oh, here we go. That's it. If they'll talk to, yeah.
I guarantee you they will tell you you need to go through the.
Yeah, but if they'll talk to us, all right, I think we may be able to go back inside. Richard says Dunaway is a champ, always captain. Justin says Dunaway started the fire. It just started burning. The temps. Oh, I can't read
That's
that.
a song. That's like
Oh, I got you. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Rockstar.
That was the song.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I've never done a show for the parking lot. Michael said, "Man, y'all went all out on Brown's birthday surprise." Christian said, "Who called the fire department?" I think they just get an alert. So we're able to go back in?
I think Lance just got denied.
Do
Y'all stay here until Rockstar and I get up?
Well, I gotta keep it going so I can switch it back.
Well, here,
in.
I'll
stay
stay right here. I'll
Okay.
stay right here. I'm going to be solo from the parking lot. All right. Yeah, do you mind? Chelsea's going to hold camera until you'll see, I guess, when they go back. I don't know. Or I'll see it right here. Daniel says, "Legendary show today." Richard says, "Is everything going to explode?" Let's hope not. Bobby says, "Y'all getting all these spots in has been hilarious and impressive." Troy says, "Greatest day in next round / roundtable history." Jay Price says, "Hailing from the Johnston RV Center parking lot for this segment of the show." That is true. Tanya, I'm still worried if Damari Burnett's going to be on. I don't know. We'll see if he's still around. We'll have him on. Cam says, "The commitments to ads is true dedication." There goes the fire department. Thank you, guys. You got to say the real heroes in all of this are Birmingham Fire. They've done a great job here. Tanya, is Damari Burnett going to go live? I don't know, Tanya. We're doing a show from a parking lot. You think I know if Damari Burnett's going to be on with us? Jeff says, "Do it." All right, so I'm to the end of the reads here. They should be upstairs pretty soon, and I think Lunsford's going to be able to get them back going live from the studio. Landmine Believer says, "What floor are y'all on?" Top floor, all the way at the top. So Smoke rises. I had not seen any smoke, but when I got down to the lobby, there was some. Kelly says, damn, I clearly missed something. Yes, Kelly, about 15 minutes ago, our building was evacuated due to fire. So here we are. Philip says, real heroes, the firemen and Little T running back in the building for us. That is true. Brooks says, did Ryan start the fire? Will he be known as the fire guy? I had nothing to do with this. It smelled very electrical. Stacy says, best show ever. I'd like to think we've done better than this, but if this is what you like, Stacy, you're welcome. Let's see. Troy, nobody cares about Namari. This is epic. What people care about Namari? He's a good guy. Boy, I really don't know what's taking them so long, Kelsey. They've had plenty of time to get up there and swap over for me. Real heroes, according to Bobby, Birmingham Fire and Little T. Superior Thruster says he had a fire at work a few weeks ago, and he hasn't taken a day off since it happened, trying to rebuild and catch up. Woo, boy. Glad that's not us. Thank God Birmingham Fire just left. J-Mo says the chat room has been incredible. Yeah, you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automatic chat room are always great for us. Thank you. Brooks says this could only happen to this show. That is absolutely true. Tom says Brownie blew the candles too hard. Nobody's brought me a cake just yet. Still waiting on that. Ruffum says trash on location. There you go. Hunter says, what are your plans if this happens again? That'll be a subject of an upcoming meeting, I can promise you.
All right, Brownie, great job, buddy. Fantastic.
Okay,
we're back up here secure. Fantastic job by Brownie. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with the final hour of the show right here on TNR.
Now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you in our studios now. The light will continue to flash, but the threat is over with. Hats off to our friends at Bud Light who bring you that fire alarm.
I didn't see that.
Well, I poured it while you guys were evacuating first while I stayed up here, so I figured I was going to go down. I was going to go down with the king of beers, our friends at Bud Light.
I tell you, that smell, I don't know if you guys ever burn plastic like Army Men
it's
or
a
whatever
terrible
back in the
smell,
day.
yeah.
Well, Army Men was rough. That green smoke that would come off of them.
That's what it smells like all over this building right now. And, you know, special thanks to our fire department, the
Birmingham Fire?
Yeah, Birmingham Fire coming in and, you know, getting everything stable. And it was apparently an electrical fire, and they said everything's controlled.
Hey, Jason on Facebook, great question. When can we get the I Survived the Fire 23 t-shirt in the store?
It's got to be up tomorrow. It's got to be up tomorrow.
Can we get those sold tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ryan started the fire. Wasn't it?
Or we can go next round fire department.
Yeah,
that would be good.
Dunaway's got an infatuation with firemen. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
you wanted to be the
sexy
sexy fireman.
Let's rephrase that. In
Fireman.
12 it wasn't sexy.
Sexy's
It was hot.
insinuating.
Hot fireman. July, I just thought if I had to do the punishment, that me holding a big fire hose, shirtless with suspenders and my hat on.
Is that
would be a good picture.
Is that one of the more unfair stereotypes that all firemen are like ripped up?
I don't think they mind the stereotype, no.
No, until you see me and like, well, you don't look like you're advertised.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still trying to chase down Namari Burnett if he has not left the building because we gave him the all clear on his end that our interview wasn't happening today.
We're going to try to get him back on. In the meantime, there has been portal news.
That's right. That's
from
what I was
Auburn.
getting to.
Okay, go ahead.
Namari is in the portal. A couple of Auburn players that we expected one of these in Traore to be in the portal, and he has made that announcement today.
Yeah, Yohan Traore in the portal, also Chance Westry in the transfer portal from Auburn. And we'll say the same thing we said about Namari Burnett. This does not 100% mean that they are gone. This just means they're looking and may go. I mean, you know, I would say when a kid enters the transfer portal, it's more likely he's gone than not. The numbers would tell you that. But it's not a given that they absolutely leave. So that is being reported several different places. I know I saw Justin Hokanson. I'm a little behind on Twitter right now, as you might imagine, but I saw Hoke tweet at Joe Tipton is reporting Chance Westry from On3 Sports, and he says Westry is the source for that.
Yeah,
Chance told him that.
Chance Westry and Yohan Traore entering the portal, according to reports there. On a big portal day that includes North Carolina's Caleb Love, Jordan Wright of Vandy, and others. So, as is the case every year in college basketball, major portal entries, and sometimes they change teams, sometimes they don't. Sometimes people reinvent rosters. UAB and Utah Valley tonight, 8:30 ESPN2 out in Vegas at the Orleans Arena. That is going on tonight as well. But let's do our Alabama Power numbers of the day here, brought to you by the NFL win totals. We'll jump into that, and it's brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, don't forget Alabama Power. They do more than just keep the lights on. They actually make it very easy for you to pay your power bill. They now offer digital wallet. You can choose to pay with any of these convenient options: Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. It is easy, it is secure, it is reliable. All you need is an online account. You can get that by visiting alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started now.
Again, in the chat, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat, because Bobby says some people were upset that Namari did not make his window. He was good and ready to go. We were unable to do that technically from out in the parking lot. So we are going to try to get Namari on this hour. If he doesn't make it this hour, we'll catch up with him hopefully on tomorrow's show to talk to Namari Burnett. On a day it just happens that he is in the portal as well. But he was good and ready to go in Tuscaloosa. And in fact, had already dialed in when we had to drop him to evacuate the building, as mandated by some sexy and some not so sexy firemen.
Oh, wow.
Could you point those out to me there?
Yes. Did you keep score? What was the breakout?
I did not keep that tight of a score. But
Nice
they're
hose.
keeping score in Vegas.
You can put me out any day, fella.
That's got some girth.
Things you can say in your backyard, but you can't say to firemen.
Oh, my.
I was just going by nice hose.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something else.
There's a hoe. That's something you would say in the backyard.
Yeah,
So like a garden hose.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were.
No,
if you had another one
just,
too.
No, I was trying to.
You could do something about pressure, right?
Yeah.
Could.
And I've heard it's not good getting sprayed by a fireman's hose.
Yeah, I don't think that's desirable. No.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the NFL now. The win totals. I got 4 teams that are the highest increase in off-season win totals, and I got 5 teams that are the biggest decrease in win totals from last year. The expectations from last year to this year. You want to go good or bad first?
I think I know the biggest increase without looking.
Okay, so
you think 4? You know the biggest increase without looking?
Yeah, from year to year, the biggest increase in win total without looking.
Okay, just so we are on the same page. Last year's preseason win total to this year's win total, the 4 biggest increases.
Okay, yeah.
I think I know the biggest.
I think I know
one.
the biggest too.
Okay, who's the biggest for you?
I think the biggest is the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Brown?
I was, just so I don't copy Lance, I was going to say the Jags or the Detroit Lions. I'll say the Lions, but I do think it's the Jags.
The Jags are tied with the New York Jets.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about Aaron Rodgers.
+4 difference between win totals last year to this year. Detroit is next with a 3.5 increase.
Your 4th is going to be. You already said the Giants.
No, I did not say the Giants, but it is not them. The 4th one is the Seattle Seahawks, an increase of 3. Now to the ones that has dropped the most.
All right.
The 5 teams that have, compared to this year as opposed to last year, whose win total has dropped the most?
Green Bay.
Green Bay is tied for the 2nd biggest drop, 3.5 less for them.
The Rams.
The Rams is tied for the 4th biggest drop with 3. So they do make the list. 3 others.
The Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns not on the list as far as the biggest decreases, but you can obviously know that their win total, I think theirs may have gone up actually with Deshaun Watson as opposed. Cleveland Browns win total is 9. I don't know what it was last year.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona is one of them. They're tied with Green Bay at 3.5. You have not gotten to the obvious one yet.
Tampa Bay Bucks.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers with no Tom Brady. 3.5, 3.5, 3, and 3 of the other 4. Tampa Bay's decrease, -5.
Oh, my gosh. You guys lost 5 wins. That's a significant drop.
Yeah,
most win totals in the NFL, the vast majority are like between 6 and 10 games.
That's right.
But I'll tell you, so that it's a known that Tom Brady's not coming back. It's still a slight door cracked open for Aaron Rodgers. Nobody thinks he's coming back.
Fournette's gone. Other people are leaving. Shaq Barnett's gone, offensive lineman. They're selling parts just to get under the salary
No, I get
cap.
it, and the Rams are doing that too. But I'm just saying, once the door is completely shut on Green Bay, that could end up being your biggest.
Tampa Bay last year, in case you forget, 11.5 was tied for the highest win total in the preseason with Kansas City. They dropped to 6.5 is the win total in Tampa, 6.5. And truthfully, would probably, depending on their quarterback situation, I would take under the 6.5.
I mean, if you force me right now, I'd probably bet the under on the 6.5.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, you look at that entire division, it was probably the worst division in football this year, fair, NFC South.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody lost less than 10 games, though. So everybody had at least 7 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Indianapolis is at 6.5 as well. I think they were higher last year. They decreased by 3.
Hey, jump on it, roll the dice, because if Lamar Jackson goes there.
Yeah.
So you say jump on wherever you can bet these odds on win totals. Jump on Indianapolis. That could be a steal at 6.5.
Yeah, I like what Jacksonville's doing, and I think they are building. But if Lamar Jackson was to go to the Colts, I might favor the Colts over the Jags in that division. Be tight.
If it's not the Jets, where else? And you mentioned Tampa. Is the Raiders still a possibility? No, because they got Garoppolo.
Yep.
7.5 is their win total.
They were 6-11, so I mean, virtually the same quarterback. We've talked about that.
7.5 is the win total for the Rams. 9.5 for the Dolphins. Does that surprise you that it's not double digits?
Well, I mean, double digits is hard to get in the NFL. I mean, if the Dolphins won 11 games, that would be a great season for Miami right now. I mean, they did make the playoffs last year. They've improved defense. It's all about Tua. I mean, what would you put the Miami win total if I told you Tua played perfectly healthy 17 starts?
10.5.
Oh, so you'd only go up just a little bit.
And I'd lean the over. I mean,
Yeah, I'd lean
11-6 would be a
no.
great
11-6.
season.
I would if you gave me 11-6 right now.
You take it.
I'd take it in a heartbeat.
Eagles are at 10.5 their win total. San Francisco's at 11 with their win total, right?
Yeah.
So a really good number there. I'm trying to find.
And you've
other...
heard John Lynch has said that Brock Purdy deserves to be the starter.
And I like that. If he's healthy, he'll be the guy. Kansas City's 11.5. Jacksonville is 10. I'm just giving you the double-digit ones now. And the Bengals are at 11.5. How about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got the best or second best quarterback in the league, in my opinion.
And the Bills are 10.5. Those are all your double digits.
What was the Chiefs?
11.5.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I miss 8 days when the Rams were double digits.
You never know they're going. They're going.
Year.
It was just last year for Tampa Bay, and it did not do them a bunch of good. They didn't get there. Easy under for them. Andrew asks, is Namari still coming on? We had the fire. We don't know if he's still going to make it today. If not, we'll have him on very soon. Thank you, Andrew, for the interest there. Our friends in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Bobby wants to know about the New England Patriots. I will give that win total to you, 7.5 for them. Boy, that is, if you're a Patriots fan, that's a tough pill to swallow right there.
It's probably been the worst total since Brady won the Super Bowl.
I mean, first of all, you're in a really tough division, made even tougher if Aaron Rodgers does go to New York, and you're the worst roster in that division right now.
Seattle, 8.5 for them, for Tom, who was asking that question. Chase says, Traore leaving was not surprising. That's what I said. Most people thought he would leave. And I don't know if that's a loss at all for Auburn.
I mean,
with the way he played, he was a big disappointment.
I mean, he averaged 2 points a game.
Yeah.
Losing Westry hurts, according to Chase there.
He's right about that. If you let Auburn fans pick the one to keep, I'd probably near 100% would keep Westry.
Jay Pear, who listens and watches us in Dallas now, but for a while was in Chicago, big Bears fan, 7.5 is the Bears, which seems to be surprising considering where they were at the end of last year. And we oftentimes talk about them and the Lions being maybe the two teams to beat in the future there in that division.
Yeah, I think the Bears are one of these teams that is rising. But, they only had 3 wins last year. I think Justin Fields can end up being a good quarterback.
JJ wants to know, is it a make or break year for Mac Jones long-term in New England? If your win total is at 7.5 and you don't get over that 7.5, I would say there's some questions about the quarterback there.
So this will be year 3 for Mac, right?
Yep.
Year 3 for Mac. So, you've got the option year coming up. Or no, he was not a first-round pick, right? So
he was first.
Yeah, he was first round.
He
Okay,
went number 15.
Yeah, number 15. So you got that option year coming up for that year 5. So they've got to very soon, much like Miami just did with Tua, they got to make a decision on him.
Well, the problem is his rookie year, his numbers were much better than they were his second year. So if you're New England, this is that pivotal year. You don't wait till a 4th year.
Yep. Those are your NFL win totals from our friends at Bet Online. That brings you that win total. Again, our friends at MyBookie can get you into all the games. Our friends at mybookie.ag, and you can make your bets there on the NIT tonight and everywhere that you are watching sports this weekend. When we come back, LT has our 4 downs today. And we'll talk to him about the 4 downs and get to those questions on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Tell us about Nichols.
It is turkey season, and I'm not talking about Thanksgiving. Turkey season there at Nichols Outfitters, and you can get ready with all the gear you need for turkey time. I'm talking about stocking up on essential gear like firearms, camo, calls, decoys, everything you need for a successful turkey season right there at exit 242 in Pelham. Off I-65, NicholsOutfitters.com online. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. 4 Downs every day, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires and Automotive. They bring you the chat room over there where you guys have had fun with us today during the show when we had to go outside for a fire alarm. And as Reed, our boss, who's out and on vacation watching from abroad, said, nice job, everybody. I did think we handled that well. I do wish as we move forward now, as we go back and look at our system and everything, maybe a go bag that has a bunch of snacks in it in case we get down there and we get a little hungry.
And we were down there, 15 minutes?
I know, but I did find myself wishing I had some almonds or something.
Well, remember when they thought they had an active shooter in succession? I forgot if it was season 3 or 4 where they went to the safe room and one had snacks and one didn't.
Yeah, one was a good safe room and one was not. A go bag that somebody can be in charge of grabbing that maybe has some snacks and waters in it would be really good. Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. And we appreciate you guys over there. They also bring us 4 Downs, LT.
Yeah, hey, look, weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They are who we trust here on the Next Round with our vehicles. We invite you to do the same. There are locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Star said, yeah, man, we were out there, 15 minutes.
You are feeling the burn, weren't you?
We're acting like we were stranded in the Sahara.
Well, we had to walk down the stairs.
God, if we had to go back.
I mean, we don't know. Next time we may be out there a half hour.
God, that's so weird. I was talking about a fire drill today. I
know. And then the first story was about a guy with a false fire alarm or burned a building down or some crap like that.
Bama Beth, wait, y'all have a boss? Well, technically it's Reed. He's not our boss. But
no, Jim just likes to.
I like to poke at him because he sends boss-like emails sometimes. There are other names I call him that I won't repeat.
Wow. Okay, first down. If it happens, more wins. Rodgers with the Jets or Lamar with the Colts?
I think I'll go Lamar with the Colts. I'm going to play division there and say even Rodgers with the Jets. Still, the Bills in that division, the Dolphins are going to have, even if Tua's down, the Dolphins' defense is going to be one of the best in the NFL this year, adding Jalen Ramsey and Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator. So I think I would go Lamar with the Colts.
Jaguars are really good now.
They are.
And the Titans are not too far removed from being pretty good. Texans could be improving, but I think it's a great point by you. And I think Rodgers will have to do very little offensively to set up that really excellent Jets defense. So I'm going to go Jets as well.
I am going to go with Lamar and the Colts. Just based on division.
Second down.
Who lasts longer in Austin, Sark or Rodney Terry?
I'm going to go Steve Sarkisian and here's why, Brownie.
All right.
Mississippi State, we have a lot of Mississippi State folks who watch this. What did Mississippi State do 2 years ago now? 3 years ago, they went to the College World Series. 2 years ago now, they won the College World Series. Last year, they did not make, I don't even think they made Hoover. And they're off to a bad start now. What happened is you had some great recruiting done by the previous coach, and the juniors and seniors on those 2 World Series trips to Omaha are gone. And the new coach is there. I'm cheering for Rodney Terry. I hope he does a wonderful job as he transitions into the SEC. But he did not build that roster this year. Steve Sarkisian is building the roster in Austin. I'm going to go with Steve Sarkisian in football, that he is a guy that can build a level of performance that'll keep him as the head coach.
But you could also see on the flip side of that, if they don't have the year that the boosters expect this year on the eve of them going into the Southeastern Conference, they could choose to make a change right there. So I think I'll go Rodney Terry just based on even that possibility. Even if it doesn't happen, it is a possibility.
Well, if they want to risk losing Manning, absolutely.
I mean,
the reason Manning went there was Steve Sarkisian. They said that time and time again.
I don't think Texas boosters are going to let a Manning dictate their coach. Like, if they think this coach is underperforming, but we're going to lose our quarterback, I think they'll lose the quarterback to change coaches.
Well, the expectations are so different between their football and basketball. I mean, like most schools. And so they're paying Sark like a elite coach. They're not paying Rodney Terry like that. I think I'm going to go Sark.
Third down.
Derek Carr, 32 years old today. More wins this season with their ex-team. Carr now with the Saints or Garoppolo with the Raiders?
I did not look at the Saints win total, but I'm going to Derek Carr with the Saints.
I'm going to agree with you. I think Saints win the division. I said this last year. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
But I think Derek Carr is a solid quarterback.
Now, they may be,
so is Garoppolo.
They may be 9-8.
Easier division.
Yeah, it's in an easier division. So I'm going to go with the Saints.
Fourth down.
You agree? Did you give an answer?
Yeah, I said Saints.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Derek Carr to the Saints.
Vince Vaughn, 53 today. Best Vince Vaughn movie.
I share a birthday with Vince Vaughn.
You do?
Also, Reba McEntire, Rockstar, share a birthday with her.
I'll take Vince Vaughn.
Vince Vaughn,
The
best
breakup
movie.
for me.
So I thought The Breakup was okay. His first movie ever, Doug Liman did and John Favreau wrote the script for Swingers.
I was not a fan of Swingers.
Oh, it's so good. And he was so good in it. If you go back and watch it.
Yeah,
and
Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers is going to be, he and Luke Wilson were just, or Owen Wilson, excuse me.
He's great on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so his two biggest are Wedding Crashers and Old School, I think.
Yeah, Old School is good too.
Yeah.
That would probably be third.
I probably would go
Seven Heads in a Duffel Bag. Is that him? No.
Couples Retreat was really good.
Was it really?
Yeah, I mean, that was funny. Like,
See, I haven't seen it. I'm not opposed to it. I'll tell you what was.
Jason Bateman plays a straight guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What movie is he in with a bunch of guys? They're making a trip to Vegas with Ari from Entourage is in there.
No, he's not in that.
He's not in that group?
That's Very Bad Things.
Very Bad Things.
Yeah, that's Favreau's in it. I'll tell you another one that the critics crushed. I love Get Shorty, Elmore Leonard. Well, he wrote a follow-up called Be Cool. But the character he plays in Be Cool it's kind of a stretch for him a little bit, and I thought it was an underrated movie.
Dodgeball, Lamb I'm Believer. That's a good one.
I really didn't like Dodgeball. Did you guys?
It was not bad.
I was not a huge fan of Dodgeball, no.
Steven says his best role was season 2 of True Detective.
That's his best acting, no doubt.
Yeah, he was a villain. Right?
He was a villain. I mean, it was very dramatic, and I thought he did a great job in that. And I personally thought season 2 of True Detective was a little underrated. Wasn't close to season 1.
Not even close.
But it was good.
Yeah, and that is Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Oh, look, if you're heading to road trip, before your next road trip, make sure you take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. A dead battery is not going to get you there. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicles at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Four Christmases was a good movie. I didn't love it as much as the others, but I like him in comedies. The Breakup was sort of a dark comedy.
He's done a lot of Christmas movies. Fred Claus.
He did?
Fred Claus.
Yeah.
So Four Christmases and Fred Claus, that's two.
Okay, I can probably come up with another if I think. That's a lot. How many people do two Christmas movies?
Tim Allen did a lot.
Yeah, but that was all the Santa Claus, right?
Yeah, it was the Christmas movies.
Yeah. You know, usually that would be my best line of the day. I got to laugh from behind the glass, but I've had so many good ones today.
Billy Bob Thornton did too, man. He did Bad Santa 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Rusty's right. He was in Anchorman too. Bit role, but he was a sportscaster.
That's right, he was. You didn't like Anchorman, did you,
No,
Lance?
I did
Yeah,
not.
I liked Anchorman.
He did not like Ron Burgundy at
What's
all.
weird is the guy behind Anchorman and Step Brothers and Talladega Nights, all movies that I really didn't care for, is the same guy behind Succession.
Oh, that is interesting.
Alexander Daddario made season one, says one person. She was good enough to make season 1 and season 2. Just spread her out.
Oof.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of people remember one scene of her appearance in True Detective.
Or just one line that she said.
Woody got her good, didn't he?
Wow. Woody had some vices.
Yeah, he did.
Woody's had a good run in movies.
No, I think Woody and Brown disagrees. I think Woody's a fantastic actor.
I'm not the biggest Woody Harrelson fan. The weird thing is I do like a lot of his movies.
You need to see The People versus Larry Flint.
Really good.
What's the you know
White
where
Man Can't Jump.
No. I'll tell you the one I liked him.
Indecent Proposal.
I'll tell you. It wears me out.
Palmetto.
I'll tell you the one I liked him most in was 5 Billboards.
Oh yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he was very good in that. That's a good movie too. Francis
Again,
McDormand is
he
so
was
good.
great in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
He had a great scene this year.
Oh, he did. He
Did not like those
really
grapes.
did.
Don't spoil it. I'm on season 1.
Are you? No, you're not.
I've always been on season 1.
Oh my god!
I think I'm halfway through season 1.
Well, you could.
Is that the one with Jason? No, it's Arrested
We
Development.
could go through another pandemic and you couldn't finish all the Curbs.
Which one where they're fighting at a jewelry store? That's season 1, right?
No, that's Richard Lewis. That's probably like season 9 or 10. They're talking about him and Richard Lewis.
Yeah, that's season 1.
I thought that was relatively new.
Well, maybe they've had two of those scenes.
Chris is right. No Country for Old Men. Woody was good in that. It was an abbreviated role, but he was good.
3 billboards were good, Carson. Thank you. Brown
Is it
just brought
3
that up.
billboards? I said 5 billboards. That's
3.
He is
my
mean
apologies.
as hell and out of the furnace. Have you guys ever seen that?
I have not.
Nope.
Oh, he was the bad guy in the last Planet of the Apes movie.
I didn't see that.
Man, Vince Vaughn's Woody's cashed some checks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we'll jump into some other stuff, and we'll get a final ruling here on Damari when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR. It's almost time to go racing again. Natural Born Killers. Thank you, Double D's. We'll be heading back to Talladega, where it's Natural Born Speed, Brownie.
Oh. I swear I thought he was going to play off the Double D's, though. That's the worst part.
My men can drive.
I could do them all, right?
Give me one more. Just give me one more.
Let's see. Name another movie. I'll transition.
Give me a good Woody Harrelson movie, right?
The People versus Larry Flint.
People versus Larry Flint.
Let's see.
Money Train.
What was our boy that was the Davey Allison pit crew chief in Dale Earnhardt? Larry
McReynolds.
Larry McReynolds.
Yeah.
People versus Larry McReynolds. Am I right?
Yeah, okay. Geico 1 2 minute Rockstar. Geico 500 coming up Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd at the Talladega Superspeedway. Don't forget, you can reserve your weekend experience today by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA as well. And don't forget that immersive garage experience presented by Cool Ray, the best in all of NASCAR. You heard Brian Crichton, NASCAR Talladega Superspeedway president, talking about it earlier. It is incredible. He says the presidents of the other tracks are like, man, I am so envious of what you have at Talladega. Secure that now and see it for yourself. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23rd.
Goose is right. Watch the drivers hustle for position.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
People versus Larry Flint. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the next round. Listen, I know how message boards and the people who sometimes can stir up mess on message boards, trolls, I think you kids like to call them. So I want to make this clear up front here so that the great intelligent next round listeners can snuff out any bad information. Namari Burnett, not on our show today because of our fire drill, not because of his announcement that he is in the portal. So if you see anything else that is contradictory to that story, it is 100% not true. The young man was lined up ready to go today, was not going to dodge any questions about the portal or the season or any of that. Namari Burnett was ready to go today. He was online, dialed in as we were walking out, being evacuated and forced to leave the building by the Birmingham Fire Department. So he's not on the show today because he's already left to go do his other things that he had to plan for the day. But we will get Namari back on. He's with us 2 more visits per our contract with him. Whether he's at Alabama or not, he will be on the show. So Namari Burnett, not here today because of us, not because of him. Because of the fire drill. Just wanted to clear that up in case that news looks different somewhere else.
I got breaking news, too. I don't know if what direction you're going here, but I've got 6 new items on the menu at Truist Park for this summer.
Oh, I'm all about that.
Well, let's do that right after you tell us about the things on the menu at New York Butcher Shop.
Oh, yeah, the New York Butcher Shop. Again, I went in Friday. I got the boys a couple of those prime cut steaks. Fabulous food from Jim and the guys. It's a one-stop shop, too. You can get great selection of fine wines, desserts, But remember, the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. It's the New York Butcher Shop. Also, those huge deli sandwiches. Pick one of those up for lunch. 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. First, we're going to start with the cleanup burger.
All right,
Ooh, the
hit me
cleanup
with it. Let's
burger.
go.
4 grilled all-beef patties.
Lance, 4?
Topped with golden hash brown potato.
Oh, my.
Hickory smoked bacon. Cheese and sunny side up fried egg.
Yeah, I'd like mine over medium, but okay.
Served on a fresh buttermilk Belgian waffle with maple syrup.
Oh, my gosh.
I would order that. I don't know if I would eat it at a baseball park.
Yeah.
But that sounds perfect
I
for
need
breakfast.
it in front of me on a plate with a knife and fork.
Yeah,
I mean,
for
that's-
breakfast, that sounds fantastic.
No way you could eat it all.
These get better, by the
Well
way.
done away.
Brownie, shut the screen door.
It says serves anywhere from 1, if you dare, to 4. I don't think you could eat
it's
it.
made to serve 4 people, Jim. Now that's 4
1 to
small
4.
people.
Yes, there's 100%. I could eat this whole thing.
Okay.
100%.
I'm gonna see if you.
Oh, Rockstar may have photos of these. now.
You don't get this body, Brownie, by not accepting a challenge like that. Absolutely.
Is that it?
No, that's a
not
pretzel.
it.
pretzel.
Hot cheese crab pretzel.
Okay.
Oh, read that one.
I'll get to
Lunsford
it.
said he's got it on this screen.
Lunsford has it over
okay. Here we
Look.
go. Lunsford's got it.
Okay, there it is.
So we're
Over-
looking for the
that's
cleanup
on-
burger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, they put the fries right in the middle there. They slice that into quarters.
Now, I mean, now that I look at that
Yeah.
next to a baseball, it's not as big as it sounded.
Oh man, that's a lot of waffle.
It is, and I think the meat to bread is off just a little bit on that.
I don't know. I mean, 4
Yeah.
patties is a lot.
Yeah, there's 4 patties on there, Brown. But I think what you have there is you've got basically, I think it's 2 patties on each side of that waffle and cut into quarters.
Our next is the submarine sandwich. How about this? House smoked turkey breast.
Look how big that thing
Carved to order in front of the fans. It's got red dragon cheddar sauce.
Oh,
How
I
good
love
is
that.
Yeah.
Applewood bacon, fried green tomatoes, butter, lettuce, avocado cream. Can be built for 1 or as a 3-foot-long sub. It's up to you.
Do y'all remember, and you may still be able to do this, I don't think so, but at one point at Subway, you could buy like a 10-foot sandwich. You remember that?
Yeah,
for
the first time
parties?
I ever had Subway, I was dating my ex Bethany, and I was like a sophomore in high school, and we went to Tuscaloosa to see her uncle, and they picked up on the way, it was like a pre-Christmas party, a 10-foot Subway. And they cut it in 6-inch subs. That was the first time I heard Subway.
Yeah, I remember you could buy a 10-foot Subway, and they would serve it in a big, long, I mean, they served it in one 10-foot piece. I don't know how you transported that.
I think we threw it in the trunk.
I guess you did. That seems like a weird way to do it.
Same way you do your ladders, Brown.
Yeah.
This next
I don't eat a ladder, Jim.
This sandwich brought to you by Werner, the ladder makers. in
This
America.
next one might be my favorite, the Georgia BLT.
All right.
We start with bologna. We've got butter, lettuce, tomato, pimento cheese, and garlic mayo on a brioche bun.
Look at that
thing
picture
looks
over there.
Dang good right there.
Oh, that would be my number 1 right now. Because that seems like a sandwich you could actually handle.
Well, we've got a Puckett's now up in Coleman, right?
Yeah.
Is that of the same Puckett's that's in Franklin?
I think it is
and
the
in
same
Nashville?
people. Yeah. I think they've branched out.
That's a good bologna sandwich.
Because
they
they're known
got
for their
there.
bologna sandwich.
Yeah.
This one's good. The triple play, a play on the Caribbean staple Papas Rellenos. It's featuring a creamy potato filled with chicken and then fried golden brown.
Oh, look at that. It looks like 3 baseballs.
Yeah, I think they purposely did that.
Like Johnny Bench could hold 6 of those in his hand.
Boy, but if you bite into that thing too quickly after it comes out.
It comes out hot.
Got hot lava in it.
Yep. I bet they stopped serving those at Truist Park this year for that reason, LT. There'll be a lawsuit.
It'll
That's
spill
my
in a kid's
projection.
lap.
Lawsuit on that before Albies gets injured.
Gets injured?
Yeah.
So you're betting on an injury?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I'm betting on a cheese injury.
How about the Dewey Dog? Andouille sausage topped with beef chili, onion, and cheddar cheese.
Oh.
Brown would leave off the onion, but yes.
I would. I would ask him to hold the onion and give me everything else.
Can you complete Nancy's order like I can, Brown, Rockstar?
No, I really couldn't. I mean, you guys went to the Golden Gate Bridge together.
The most common thing we did while you were gone is I would say something or Brown would say something and LT would be like, "Wish Rockstar was here so he could comment about you too."
They were on a roll. And the last one is the closer. This sounds really good too. It's an all beef hot dog wrapped in mozzarella whipped potatoes, fried golden brown, served with spicy mayo.
Oh heck
That is good. No bun needed at all.
No
for that.
sir. I'll tell you what, man. I think that waffle thing's a little over the top, but the rest of that,
I want to go for a 3-game set just to eat the food. I really do.
Yeah. Hunter, not at the same time. That's just a waste. Each one deserves its own attention.
Absolutely.
Landmine Believer says, I can only eat fried bologna. Kevin says, and you just lost your Way to Wellness sponsorship. No, that's what happens at Way to Wellness. They will stay with me through good days and bad days.
Well, you get a cheat day, don't you? I remember you used to have an X day, we called it, way back in the day when we first started doing the show. And you really, I don't think you ate. You almost were like a prisoner of war 6 days a week.
Those were the days he'd come with that Tupperware with the turkey.
And
turkey logs.
And I stopped doing that because you guys gave me such grief that I would come in with turkey wrapped around cheese, I think it was, or something.
But when you're one cheat day, man, you would go crazy.
Yeah, that was the time I ate 12 waffles.
I just don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be around me later today. It was the clean out burger at that point.
No, but the 12,
my God.
Wow.
The 12 waffle.
Isn't that what it was called? Clean out burger?
Oh, I thought it was called the waffle wipeout.
Oh, the wipeout burger. Okay.
No, it was called the
clean up burger.
Yeah. But would you eat all of those waffles with syrup?
Remember I did that day in the studio.
Oh, no, those pancakes.
Oh, it was pancakes. That's
Lunsford did the waffles.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Lunsford
right.
did the Waffle House waffles. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'd be a great team, Lunsford, you and me, food eating competition.
Is Mark, our buddy Mark over there, the lobster tail burger thing is $151. Is that legit?
It says, oh, wow, it does say 151. I don't know, but that's a lobster tail burger.
Well, look at the see, pull it up, Lunsford Rockstar lobster tail burger at Truist Park.
You know, here's the thing: I like lobster, and I like mac and cheese, but I don't like lobster mac and cheese.
We had that recently.
I really don't.
We were somewhere, somebody ordered that.
It was up at O'Shea's.
Oh, I thought it was
crab and shrimp macaroni and cheese.
I thought at Cork and Cow they asked us.
They did.
They did, and we didn't go with it, did we?
It says $151 burger with lobster tail.
There it is, right there.
That looks impossible to eat too.
Yeah.
What's that green shit on it?
Is that
That's called lettuce?
That's gonna be lettuce. Is that
It really doesn't
is that
look like
butter or a fried egg on top of the lobster?
Fried egg. Yeah,
On
I
top
guess
of
you really
lobster?
you can't go iceberg lettuce on a $151 burger, right?
That's not. That can't be an egg on top of a lobster.
It's an egg.
Can I be
Who
a little
goes seafood and egg? Well, I
Yeah.
guess I used to have crab meat down on the coast. Crab meat on my eggs.
Can I go a little snooty food guy here for a minute? I just don't trust people, the large companies that run concession stands to get lobster tail right. So I'm not going to order that.
Yeah, is it even lobster at that point?
Yeah, I'm out. You know, if I'm going to go lobster tail, it's going to be some, restaurant where Dunaway used to have the rule he wouldn't eat shrimp unless he could see the water from the restaurant. I'm a little bit that way about lobster.
Wasn't shrimp. I'm not a big shrimp fan. It was seafood.
Any seafood.
Any seafood.
Dunaway will not eat seafood unless he can physically see the water from the
There's
restaurant.
a captain that's at Vestavia. Vestavia Lake's just down the corner.
What about docks right there on the T in Gulf Shores?
Well, I mean, I think you're close enough there. You can smell the beach air.
Yeah, but I've changed that. There are great restaurants here in our town that I know fly it up from the Gulf.
Yeah.
But if I don't think you're getting a daily or almost daily shipment from the coast, I'm not ordering.
Our
your
man
seafood.
Steve Henniger likes the Captain's Feast. Would you
Admiral's Feast?
The Admiral's Feast. Would you hit up that Red Lobster on 31?
It's some kind of fest right now. It's either lobster or shrimp.
I will not comment in case Kelsey and her wonderful work
I
ends
would
up
go
secures
there
us a Red Lobster sponsorship.
And eat those cheese
No,
biscuits
just
and
give me-
drink cold beer all day
You
long.
get a basket of cheese biscuits and call it a day.
JJ says, give me regular lobster tail. I don't need some chef cooking up his dream in the kitchen. I'm kind of the same way with lobster tail.
I'll tell you, Chris has never eaten steak at a seafood place or seafood at a steak place. So there was one of our former sponsors that we still go to every now and then, and I used to love their tuna. It was.
I never
really
tried
good.
it because I was at a steak place. I'm sort of with him.
Yeah, but if you go a couple of times a week, red meat is great, but you can't eat it 3 or 4 times a week. I mean, I guess you can.
Brown, get him.
Tell that to the lion.
Amateur.
Tell that to the lion or the tiger in the woods. That's all they eat is red meat.
Every meal.
Well, when they can get it. It's not like they eat it more. That's why they're so hungry.
And I exercise as much as the tiger and lion that's in the wild of the jungle.
Did you stop lifting after you won the bracket challenge?
No, I'm going to get back at it. On the golf course yesterday and today.
Brian, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, if you think about it, the lion and the tiger are both very lean, and Jim is right. All they eat is red meat. I mean, every meal is red meat for them.
I think you guys would be surprised at how often they don't eat.
Yeah, but they're very lean, and when they eat, they get full.
Yeah, okay, but let me ask you this. If you just ate 3 steaks a week,
right,
and ran everywhere.
That's what the lion does.
That's what I'm
I'd
saying.
be hungry all the time.
Yeah, you'd be lean.
Yeah, but I'd be lean.
Yeah, but they don't get a side of mashed potatoes.
No, they don't. It's
French
all,
fries.
They get no vegetables
A
either.
bottle of peanut war.
Yeah. Hey, give me a little Bud Light here and all that.
Well, someone will get an eye or an asshole,
Poor kid.
depending on where they jump in on the feed.
Oh hell, Henry's eating ass again. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Tastes like cumin.
Play on spices. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Well done. Well done. Weird spelling. All right.
Ball fan says, "Do y'all know you're not lions or tigers?" Well, of course. I looked in the mirror this morning. I'm aware.
Is it with that star anus that everybody's talking about?
Of course, I know that Vol fan 205. Roll damn tide.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, some final thoughts on what has been a busy day in the portal and a lot more on the next round that's being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. LT will send out a lock later today. Your free play is going to be an NIT, right?
Yes, it sure will be. I've got 2 NIT, both games up, both sides up in the NIT, and one of them is the lock today. I've had to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services twice over the last 3 weeks.
They love you.
They are offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Legacy Credit Union is partnering with the Legacy for Good Foundation for a supply drive benefiting the Ronald McDonald House Charity of Alabama. Supplies include dish soap, hand soap, paper towels, and more. Visit DoSomethingGoodToday.net. That's DoSomethingGoodToday.net for a complete list of items you can donate. Donations can be made online or at one of Legacy Credit Union's 9 locations in the greater Birmingham area.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, thank you so much to our friends at Bud Light who brought us the show today from here in the studio, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio as well. And thanks to the folks at Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio for allowing us to take their sponsorship and our studio outside today during our fire emergency that was handled wonderfully by the Birmingham Fire Department. So a couple of big takeaways from the show today. First, UAB and Utah Valley tonight after Wisconsin and North Texas, two teams still playing in the NIT. UAB, good chance to win this game tonight and play for an NIT championship coming up on Thursday night. Am I wrong?
Absolutely. I mean, UAB's playing their best basketball right now. You know, a lot of people don't know about, including me, how good this Utah Valley team is until I watched them against Cincinnati last week in the quarterfinals. It's a really good team. They've won 28 games. They're 15-3 in the WAC. And UAB, though, is on fire right now. And you mentioned Trey Jemison, the big from Birmingham, is playing great basketball. Obviously, Jelly Walker. Eric Gaines is playing well. This is a good UAB team. There's a reason they're favored 4.5 over Utah Valley. I think it's going to be a good game, though.
Little T just brought me a...
Yeah, I know. We were setting you up for that. And it's Brown's birthday today, the other thing from the show today.
It's a cinnamon roll.
Yeah, it is.
Boy, that is...
it is 100% a cinnamon roll.
I got to be honest. I think I'd go cinnamon roll over the cupcake.
Oh, I 100% would go cinnamon roll over the cupcake.
Is it a cinnamon roll or is it like a bear claw from the vending machine downstairs?
The one that says cheeseburger, meat, cheese. Okay, all right.
So everybody else get Edgar's, and Dunaway had to send somebody down to the...
Oh, I didn't. I wasn't going to give you a damn thing.
I was going to get you a slice today, but
thanks, Lance.
Yeah, I was going to give you a soul pie, but then all that shit happened.
I know, fire.
No, so one of the weirdest shows in the history of our show, which is a lot to say.
Weird show.
The girls were going to take care of you, and they were going to go. They were going to go to Slice, were they not?
Yep.
And well, I hadn't talked to him yet about it,
but Kelsey said the fire drill got in the way of celebrating your birthday.
Blow it up, man! You're losing that candle.
Do I need to make a wish? Okay,
I think your
Let's
wishes.
let that fire alarm go off.
I think your wishes have already come true. What else can you wish for?
Let me make a wish.
Wish us to sell this company for a lot of money.
I can go
ahead and tell you the punchline. Damn, he's still here.
I got my wish.
See, I told you. I already knew your punchline. So predictable.
Well, thanks for stepping on it, Jim.
Yep.
Hey, so UAB's up to a 4.5-point favorite in this game, Lance.
From 3.5 to start the show, correct?
Yeah, it's up a point during the show. It was 3.5 when we started the show. Opened at 2.5. What's that tell you? I mean, the public's all over UAB.
The public's all over UAB. Again, I think a lot of this is brand name, too. You know, it's not like UAB is a blue blood that we like to throw that out there.
Yeah, but they're not Utah Valley.
But they're a proven commodity over decades. And Utah Valley, I don't even know how long they've been D1.
Yeah, is Utah Valley, Dunaway, is that a renamed school like Dixie State was or something like that?
I told you to start the show. I was shocked that Utah Valley leads the series 1-0 over UAB, that they've actually played a game against UAB. If you had said to me, we did not have the rights to Utah State or Utah in a video game, and we had to replace them with Utah Valley, I would have said, okay, I see what you had. Or BYU. We don't have the rights for BYU because the Mormons would not give us up to the fine folks at EA Sports. So you had to play Utah Valley in the new Big 12. I'd said, oh, that's BYU.
They're in the WAC from Orem, Utah. Rockstar will love this. Their first coach's name was Dick Hunsacker.
Hell yes. I love a good hunter.
Richard says that was the Eson era, dark times for the program that they lost to Utah Valley.
Must have been. Oh, Dick Hunsacker, Rockstar. He coached him up, man.
He did. He's a good motivational
Oh,
speaker.
you ought to see his photo, too. You'd love it.
Toupee or no?
Not a toupee. Strong mustache, though, for Dick Hunsacker.
How about Brian Cox's last line of the first episode? It looks like a scrotum wearing a toupee.
Yeah, he did. Talking about that guy that was giving the news.
And all I can think about, because I watched it again last night, was when they cast the guy. You know, his agent, hey, I got you a part.
All right, I'm on Succession?
We need somebody that looks like a scrotum wearing a toupee.
I don't care. I've done commercials in my entire life. I'm ready to get in.
And the other news has been the portal, which is starting to, I think it was up to 600 when we were driving up to Louisville the other day. So who knows how many basketball players are in the portal as we sit here today. But Namari Burnett of Alabama is one of the names that are in there. Trey Hoare and Westry of Auburn are in there. Caleb Love is in there. Jordan Wright's in there. Joe Girard is one, as if you're an Auburn fan, to keep an eye on. Played at Syracuse. He's received offers from Tennessee, Auburn, LSU, Florida, or Arkansas, or at least interest, according to him. So that'll be interesting to watch as well. And then we get to the fact that Brandon Miller is the NABC, National Association of Basketball Coaches, Freshman of the Year. So congratulations to Brandon on what was a fantastic year for him over at Alabama. So our final thought today involves the National Football League, and we saved this for the very end because I am a little tired of talking about these two guys, but I'll ask you here at the end, how close are we to the end of Lamar Jackson and Aaron Rodgers, these sagas? Is this something that could be done tomorrow, or are we going to be doing this to the draft?
Yeah, I think we're really close based on the fact that when Aaron Rodgers made his announcement on the Pat McAfee show, he said that there hadn't been any communication. Then you've got front office general manager coming out today saying that Aaron Rodgers basically has ghosted them.
Yep.
That shows somebody is lying.
And the most important thing that the general manager from the Packers said, we don't necessarily need a first-round pick. I thought that was big, too.
Yeah, I think they're ready to get this deal done. And with Lamar, the timing, there was no coincidence that he dropped that bomb right when John Harbaugh sat down with the media.
But we thought for Aaron Rodgers leaving Green Bay that everybody was going to hold the Jets hostage here and demand, a couple of first, whatever the Broncos gave up for Russell Wilson. But it looks like that's not the case.
Well, the Jets now can go to Lamar Jackson. So they've got another option. So they can go to Lamar and say, hey, the Jets can call Green Bay and say, you guys don't want to get the deal done. This is what we can give you. If not, we're going to Lamar Jackson. But I think
that's a good point, yeah.
And then Aaron could just retire, and then you're left with Jordan Love and nothing.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, all those things are on the table right now, which I think is why you see Green Bay being like, okay, we'll play ball now.
Yeah, we don't have to have a first-round draft pick.
Right.
Let's just get this done to know who we are and what we're doing. All right, fun show today in places, adventures, and others. Happy birthday to Ryan Brown. Send him your love on social media, where he said yesterday he would not clap back at you. He's very calm on social media.
Did not say that. That's you putting words in my mouth again.
Yeah, well, attack him on social media. See if he claps back at you.
Troy, that was Joshua.
All right.
What's the name of the villain, the first lethal weapon?
Joshua.
Is it Gary Busey?
Yeah, Gary Busey.
Yeah, good one. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.